Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're live once again. So today we're gonna talk about systems. And okay, in the last live streams, we've talked about just so much stuff when it comes to systems and system design and stuff like that, right? From Donella and stuff like that, man. It have been insane. Like it have been really, really insane and a lot of fun. Of course, right. And okay, so today we are just gonna go back with the book that we were reading, like Thinking in Systems, right? And then delay stocks. There's so many stuff we've actually uncovered, and there were some off-camera reading that I did, right? Which was like how measure in a system when you are actually measuring something that is not meaningful, you lose the what's happening within a system or something like that, right? So yeah, like that's why I'll give that example as soon as I open up the book and tell you like why what I mean is like yeah or something specifically like that for some reason, right? And there were a couple of things I wanted to say. It's like, first of all, we're going to buy new monitors. So this would be easy for us to now stream, which is another good thing for us. Right. At the same time, there will be more space, like, because like I'll get my laptop down here and monitor up there with the stands or something. So there would be more space for me to actually write in, do everything simultaneously or something like that. Right. So that's kind of like advantageous. And why is my okay, not working? Okay, it's not working. Man, what's happening? Everything's just not working today. And man, I do need a Whisperflow subscription, man. I just can't deny that. Whisperflow is just so necessary for my work at this point. Wait a sec. Yeah. Yeah, it's working. But who will convince my dad? I need a year membership or something. By the end of this year, we are earning money, man. No matter what, my expenses are rising, and not a lot of expensive. It's not like I'm wasting a lot of money or something. It's just that basic necessity. Because right now, I need four monitors. Right, I already have two monitors. One is this laptop that you can see right here. This monitor right in front of me. Right. So two monitors, and to be honest, I'm not gonna deny it. Two monitors are kind of more than enough for a lot of things. Right, like for example, like yeah, it's literally enough like to read and to understand, to watch YouTube, to do some gaming and stuff like that. But when you are streaming and learning, it's not enough, right? But I guess like even in that sense, it's kind of enough. Like streaming from the laptop, you can constantly see the screen, you can constantly read the stuff. But then again, the problem arises when you start to do something else. For example, now you're reading and you want to do something on ChatGPT or something, so you need a monitor for that simultaneously, or you're taking notes and then you need another monitor for that, right? And suddenly you need three monitors, but that is not enough because like three monitors in themselves are not enough. Maybe you'll need four monitors, and now you'll say, okay, Varik, why do you need four monitors? Because one monitor is constantly on the stream, another monitor is constantly, let's say, flicking between ChatGPT and notes, another monitor for something else entirely, and this is from something else entirely, I mean coding, right? So it's like one source open up on the and then another one. So it's like when I'm, especially like when I'm reading books, I think two monitors is kind of gets the job done, right? When I'm just reading, but when I'm actually building the startup, when I'm doing the research, when I'm like getting the things, when I'm actually like last time, if you guys know, we built this right in our different channel. Oh fuck, I don't want to fuck this up, but yeah, it's an IR sensor, right? So what is this? Like this small little thing that you can see here, like if you can see, I suppose. Let me just bring closer this thing. All right, this small thing captures the IR sensors that we send from the like environment, from my remote specifically, let's say, and sends that information to the computer, and now computer can make sense of that information and what kind of commands I gave. Right, it's kind of insane project. Like yeah, when you are building these kind of projects, you definitely need four monitors, right? Because like if you are not streaming, three monitors are enough. I'm not joking. Three monitors are literally enough for majority of the work. But that's why like yeah, we're gonna get the four monitors because I am streaming simultaneously doing all this stuff, right? So yeah, especially 27-inch monitors, because in that you can like split the screen and it's not too much of a like a yeah. But like since we have done our basic talk about a lot of stuff, let's just come back to our work, right? Which was to get this thing done going on, right? And it still shows day 13 over there. Let's just change that to day 14. We've integrated a lot of concepts just from this book, right? We were on the topic of escalations. Right now we are going to go from the leverage points. We're going to we won't be talking about escalation, leverage points. Right, I think there are a couple of memberships that I would need also in the future. Like for example, like yeah, I get all the things that I need from my like environment, like the AC, the laptop, the computer, the mic, all the things. But there's no ownership. That's another problem. But with membership, Whisperful definitely needed, man. Another thing that I would need is like what they call it, like anti-gravity like membership. Like I've already bought it, the 3000 version or something, the credits. I'm not using it effectively these days, but that's all right. But I do need that, right? And like the premium one, the 6000 one or something at some point, not right now. And that's good that I don't need it right now, but in the future when I'm actually building the app, there's going to be heavy work, and I just can't wait 5 hours for the token to refresh every time or something. And Whisper Flow. So like yeah, 3000 rupees per year Whisper Flow, and about a 6000 rupees. Was it yearly or was it monthly? I don't remember, but that's a lot of money. If it's not monthly, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. My dad's definitely not gonna give me 6000 rupees monthly for a subscription, right, guys? So, I don't know, man, don't know. But I don't think so. It was monthly. I suppose. Let's hope it wasn't monthly. I mean, I don't want it to be monthly. Like, okay, um, anti gravity monthly subscription. How much was that, guys? Let's just hope. Google anti gravity pricing. Let's just hope it wasn't absurdly high, the price, right? Okay, it's humidity actually because of rain. That's why 27 degrees Celsius is not working, right? Ultra organization plans for developer, get the taste. Okay, it's not scrolling down for some reason. Wait, what? Yeah. No, not this. I was looking for the plans. Blog, user keyboard down. What's happening? The website is lagging. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. $99 a month. That's about 6,000 rupees. Oh my gosh. I bought this one a month. Right. I mean, no, this is not pick how you use it. This is entirely different. This is entirely different company with the name Anti-Gravity. What the fuck? Where's Anti-Gravity? Like, it should be. Load a subscription plan download. Like, yeah. Get plan. Yeah, get plan. Get plan. No, we'll look. Like, it's. What the fuck do I need to sign in? Oh, that just literally gives away all of my Gmails, right? So, like, yeah, you can spam on those emails if you ever want to meet me or something. Yeah, that's why I should never, like, yeah, that's why, oh my gosh. That literally gives away all of my emails. But I guess at this point, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. That's just giving me under certain age. Okay, I just don't know what I picked up, but it's not working. Damn, it's just wasting my time unnecessarily. Yeah, 6,500 rupees per month. That's what they're fucking asking for the ultra plan. Right, and that's like, and there's like base plan which I've already got, the current plan which is like 1,950 rupees per month. So that's the plan that I've got. Right, and the ultra plan is like literally 6,500 rupees a month. Okay, that's just insane. All right, that's just 60,000 rupees out of my wallet in a year. Right, and if you have just 100 people, that's okay, with just 10 people, that's 6 lakh. With just 100 people, that's 60 lakh rupees a year they're making just with 100 people. And trust me, there are thousands upon thousands of people using Google AI and more than 10,000. They're making, oh my gosh, they're making so much money with this shit. I just knew it, man. AI is the next best thing at this point, right? Like all these YouTubers, all this different kind of stuff, and everyone's just kind of using it at this point, right? So it kind of becomes inevitable that the AI companies are making too much money for their own good. Okay, not for their own good. I mean, yeah, I guess. That's why, like, yeah, that's why everyone wants the part of the AI industry or something. But yeah, I mean, you can use AI industry to make different resources or something like that, which is what we're gonna do with our AC thingy, right? Like, but yeah. So you get that stuff right. I mean, can't really afford that. Just can't. Just can't. I can ask my dad to pay 320 rupees with a whisper full per month, 2,000 rupees, like, yeah, but not 6,500, man. On the top of different expenses, right? Because it costs about 30,000 to get two monitors and stands and stuff like that. Everything. So it takes 30,000 rupees for the monitors too, right? So yeah, we have like so yeah, now we'll have finally a four setup. Like yeah, so that's would be insane. And like I think the best part about this is all of this is compounding. Right. That means monitors, keyboards, everything I bought is like high quality stuff that will last about 5 or 6 years. So like yeah, now it may seem like because for the last 6 months, especially specifically for the last not 6 months, 3 months or something, I've been wasting not wasting but investing. But from my parents' side, it's kind of like wasting, but investing a lot of money in camera and laptops and keyboard and mouse, even in this X Pen and this tablet that I used to draw. Like here, when I open up the notes, and I'm not drawing through my mouse, I'm drawing through that X Pen board or something. So even buying that, even like everything that I bought from the mouse, like yeah, so I think all of this causes redundancy. Is like after some point like you would be just amazed that okay, you must, yeah, you should have invested, because it's like the cost, like the table that I bought at the start because I knew I just need a big table. The camera that cost about a couple thousand rupees. I mean, I've never bought the best quality stuff, I'm not gonna lie, like not something that is super expensive or super high quality, but I mean all the things I bought were good quality, at least something that would last about 5 to 6 years. And this is our stock, this is the minimum. I think at this monitor is 10,000 worth of monitor, like yeah, this could last even like a 10 years if like if treated nicely and if not broken or unnecessarily used or something like that. So these things, like because my dad on surfaces, like he uses about 6 7,000 rupees worth of monitors, right? And like he, according to him, monitors last about at least minimum 6 to 7 years, right? And that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. So like that's minimum. And if it's a high quality one, they can reach 10,000. Like if the company is good, sorry, not 10,000. Sorry, I'm saying it can reach 10 years, right? 10 years or something. Like 10 years. That's how much they can reach. Same goes for the laptop, but I don't think so. This laptop is gonna last 10 years because this laptop is already 3.5 years old or something. And even back then, it wasn't the best kind of laptop. So in the future, when we do buy some better laptops or something, we are kind of fucked, right? Because rams prices are getting higher and higher, and everything with like gonna get expensive and more expensive or something. Like so yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that, but you pretty much get the gist, right? So in the future, we would need to buy 1 or 2 lakh worth of laptop or something. Like yeah, oh my gosh, because like my brother bought a laptop worth of 75,000 rupees or something, right? With all the offers and sale, he bought it for 75,000 rupees, and it got him. It got him somewhere about like and right now it's reaching 90,000 online. Not because like the quality of the laptop improved, it's just the prices, like prices of the RAM skyrocketed. So because of that, the prices of these structure or goods are rising too. Like yeah, that's why it's better to just buy everything right now, I suppose. But you get the just what I'm trying to say. So like yeah, so in the future, man, like I need to earn my own money by the end of the year, because if I not, I would drown under my own expenses, right? So at least I need to earn about a 10,000 rupees per month or something. So that's like for all the things that I'm doing, and some surplus for my gym too, because my gym costs 2,000 rupees per month, right? And then the diet in itself causes, like if I take the protein powder, that's about a 2,000. And then if I like including peanut butter, so peanut butter, that's 2,100 or 200, let's say, per se. And then like the creatine, and then so yeah, it costs about 4,000. All right, it costs about a 4,000 rupees per month. Okay, there is some redundancy, and we can buy the yearly subscription of the gym. That's what I'm gonna do. I bought the 3 month subscription that saves a lot of money, but now I'm gonna go with that. So yeah, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be like if we take on the lower end, it's gonna be 3,000, like somewhere about 3,500 rupees per month. But that's this expense, and then the Whisper Flow expense that's coming up would take about 3,000 there, right? So 3,000 a year, but it's just 320 rupees a month. So that too. And then what different things do we have? Now we'll have like a 6,200, like 6,500, whatever, a Google subscription plan or something. Like that's all of that add ups to like yeah, somewhere about 10,000 rupees. So like that's what I need to just like basic requirements for my diet. Right, so for my diet, for my like Whisper Flow and stuff, and some Google, but I would need surplus of, let's say, 12,000, not 12,000, I think 15,000 rupees, right? Because for like different like like gadgets and devices and stuff like that, and mic and stuff, like at least 5,000 rupees surplus. Like as for the living expenses, they are literally zero because I'm living with my family. My dad actually pays a lot of money for that, right? So I don't have to worry about them. But you get it, if I want new services, new things, and new stuff like that, and some savings and something to invest in stocks, right? I want to invest in stocks. I need to start earning 15,000 rupees by the end of the year. But my goal is never to get that. Like 15,000, I can start survive. I can actually pay my own expenses. I can actually go outside, eat with friends, and don't have to ask my dad for, like, yeah, that is the literal money. And that, like, this money would skyrocket if I had a family. Like this money would have literally no value if I had, because that's like literally how much? $150 a month. That's literally just about Like, yeah, that's just literally about $150 a month or something, 150 to $180. Like, yeah, that's like how much it is a month. So that's just the basic requirements. And then my aim is never to that. My aim is for thousand upon thousand of dollars a month or something. But what I'm pretty much getting at is like, this is like the monthly expenses, like 15,000, and after that the surplus would just be, because I'm living with my family and for a long time I would be living there. So let's say if I have thousands upon thousands of dollars, I think I would use this much amount of money for my basic survival and stuff like that. Sometimes buying clothes, sometimes like a maximum $2,000 a month. Like, this is my expenses. But as for anything that goes above that, let's say we have earned about $10,000 or 1,000, all of that would go into one thing: investing. That is my future plan, babe. So first of all, we need to get the basic money done. We need to get the basic money for survival done. That's why we are building the business of the startup. We need to get the basic money from somewhere, right? And we need to build systems and stuff like that that earn us the basic survival that we need, right? And after that, everything that we build is going to be go back into investing. That's why we're going to read more and more about investing in the next year, not this year. We're going to get started with investing next year. And it was my birthday yesterday, if you do not know. So I did made a lot of conclusion yesterday, and like as to where I want all of this to go. Right. So yeah, stuff like that. So let's go back to reading. And I did offline read some stuff. Like, we did stream in the morning too. So in the afternoon. So yeah, I worked the entire day. Like, yeah, even at the night. So I reflected at night though. I didn't work at night. Yeah, reflected a lot about life, I guess, and the past years and the decisions I made and where we are going. Right. Yeah. So yeah, this, like, in a couple of years we're going to get a lot of understanding of like from these kind of books like evolutionary biology, psychology, and all that. And after that we're gonna pivot to investing after one year or something, once we have like our business started. Because like, yeah, there's no point to pivoting investing right now because we do not even have any capital at all. And right now we are still building systems, still dependent on my parents or something. I'm 19 years old officially right now, and I don't want to be dependent on my parents anymore. So I think, like, yeah, when we are 20, hopefully when I'm 20 years old, I'm not dependent on my parents. This is the prediction I'm making, right? So I should actually log this in prediction logging. All right, so to remember my predictions, where is my prediction logging? Wait, what? What? Huh? Don't tell me if I can delete it. There's no way. Huh? Important. Yeah, man. Yeah, so sleep should lock in. Yeah, sleep has already locked in, but it took somewhere about, I thought it was take 10 days or 15. Yeah, it actually took 15 days. So sleep logged in already. That means it's kind of going good. So that prediction was, if I before I make any money, so that would change this data accumulation. Yeah, so June to 5 months. Yeah, I would like, yeah, before that, I would not get any traffic. I just predicted that 5 hours of deep studying would lock until July. Okay, 4 hours of deep studying haven't still locked in, but I would say 3 hours of deep studying have logged, and 3 to 4 hours of shallow work. Like, shallow work, I mean, like, yeah, some ChatGPT talk, some certain stuff like that, like, or like building systems or something. Like, yeah, so yeah, this prediction is kind of not false. I made this about a month ago, so yeah. It will take July or maybe August to get views in. Like, okay, not July. I think it will take maybe even more than that, about 20. Like, yeah, I don't think so. I'm not yeah, because it will take a lot longer because I'm not focusing on prediction any videos right now. So yeah, by the end of this year, I should be earning money though. By the end of this year, I should be earning something. Let's make, today is July 4. We made this prediction on July 4. Right, guys? 5 months, yeah. And false stream wouldn't be that hard. Chances are that I would be able to do it, at least for false. It was almost like, yeah, hell without feedback. Like at the start when you're streaming and no one says, like, yeah, it's not worthwhile, but I'm getting used to it. So yeah, this prediction is also tested and corrected, but I think it takes about a week before you get used to speaking a lot, I guess. And even right now, I'm not like in the able to speak too much, but you get the gist, right? It takes the starting a couple of days to sleep, gym, and diet and coding should stabilize by the end of the next month, by June 20, right? But it didn't stabilize then, like deep sleep and diet. Like even right now, the diet is not still stabilized. I mean, I still have slight gloating or something, but gym and sleep have stabilized real well, and as for work and reading have stabilized real well. So yeah, I would add YouTube hijack the nervous system way more easily. There's no code left. But the point with the YouTube, even if it does hijack nervous system at the start and does make you like invested in at the start, you wouldn't be invested because there are multiple systems you're running, so that kind of protects you. And the second thing is like there's feedback is sparse, right? It's not addictive. The more you do, the more you realize there's no one watching, so it requires a lot of discipline. And when you have different values, then yeah, those values allows you to like go through reading books and building businesses, which are far more better values than compared to YouTube. But yeah, because yeah, I consume slow and a bit, and when because feedback is sparse. Exactly, this is the prediction. This prediction was absolutely right. All right, so this prediction is like earning something, right? And like yeah, that is the plan. That is the plan though. By the end of this year, to earn some money, all right? Like yeah, and by the end of the next year, to earn a lot of money, right? And then like yeah, and then next year, but when we are earning a lot of money, the point is to just invest majority of it, like yeah, by taking small chunks that you know I do need treadmill and to walk in my room and some exercise stuff. But besides that, I mean, all of that is like not really the worth the investment right now. Today's Saturday, right? I really love going to gym. Don't want to skip it. So, yeah. Okay, time to get back to stuff. For some reason, my brain just wants to open up the YouTube and like, yeah, I'm starting to deviate from my main base, right? Because yeah, I want new novelty, but or something like that. But let's just do that. I should get back to reading and stuff like that. I want to listen to a song, but we have already like I should be studying at 11, and it's already 13-minute ups, right, guys? So yeah. Hmm. If you define the goal of a society as a yeah, so it's like okay, this was actually a good. Oh my gosh, the idea that she gave me yesterday is like it's the same goes for the studying, right? So it's like if you define like the like gross like gross GDP, not GNP right now. I think it's gross national product or something, but right now they call it GDP, which is like gross domestic product or something. So it's like GDP of the country, like like you have in trillions, right? Like trillions, like it's in trillion, but it talks about consumption. GDP tells you nothing about the average lifespan. GDP tells you nothing about age, health, or anything. The same goes with the studying too. I mean, so I think there's still a Wilson law, or there's like there's some law which says like okay that if you actually like if you start defining like like something to measure something, that's something becomes the main. Okay, I don't know, like there's some law that says okay, ChatGPT, when it comes to like studying, right, we kind of like judge it through hours rather than actually judging it through the amount of deep work we believe we have done, or like amount of topic covered or something like that. So it's like what I want you to do is like actually tell me like in the law, I mean there's a law which is like I don't know whose law it is, but it says like if you start actually counting like different variables which don't matter, that you lose the like ability to know how good you are progressing or something related to that. Like and same goes with the GDP, right? We try to measure like how country is growing or how strong or dominant it is on the basis of GDP, but we don't know anything about like what's happening in the country, like how its people are, what they think about the country itself or stuff like that. So I think you get what I mean, right? So yeah, what is that law that kind of like allows us to know that, like yeah, like let's talk about this. I need to be like something like this. So it gets like, yeah. Goods are love. When measure becomes the target, it ceases to be a good measure. God hurt. Good hurt. Yeah. I do remember when a measure becomes it ceases to be. The principal name after Carl Skidler, who discovered the government institution often undermine the value of problems that people respond to incentives. If the success is just by particular metric, individual will often change the behavior to improve the metric, even if doing so does not improve the outcome of the metric was intended to represent. Yeah. In studying, suppose you start hours of studying. At first, it works reasonably well. People who study more hours often learn more, but the moment you make 10 hours a day a target, people start optimizing for number. Sitting with the optimal daydreaming, rereading familiar pages because it feels productive, avoiding difficult problems because they slow progress, counting time instead of understanding the matrix of hours stops reflecting the thing. And I think there's another thing that someone talked about is like in order to track high quality learning, I mean we need guys, we need like a lot of time I'm just speaking, a lot of time I'm explaining, and I think like not in session, but I guess we have to have a timer, right? So it's like not a timer, sorry, stopwatch. Right, so it's like this stopwatch right here would be like I would just paste it here. So whenever we are learning related to the book or something, like at the starting 30 minutes, we didn't start learning. I was just explaining a lot about my life. Right now we are studying, right? So yeah, so the timer, the reason why it is just that I want to know like how much do I genuinely study work, like deep work, and how much I just like talk about different stuff or something. Because I think in my 3 hours of streams or 4 hours of stream, I learn about 3 hours, and 1 hour is like talking to you guys, talking to myself, planning and stuff like that. So yeah, let's go with that. Starting avoiding counting instead of understanding. The metric hour stops to being reflecting care about. And GDP is also a proxy. Higher GDP often correlates with better infrastructure, more productive industry, higher living standards. Uh, the sole principle. The MC Naramana Valentine. Namara. It'll not be easy. Assume making. I. Ah. Recall after a week. Ability to our servants, no masters, counting hours. I mean, that's why retention works so well. Like if you like, for example, like how much retention do I have? Retention becomes a matrix, so that because like yeah, but then you're obsessively not learning new things, and you're just trying to like yeah, that's why matrix kind of like metrics like kind of like dilute you and like dilutes the information around you or something, right? Because you start thinking that okay, yeah, you start measuring that and you lose the track of the target itself. Like what is the most important thing? The most important thing is learning and understanding things and recalling them for a long time or something. Anti-fragile, let's study that now. Fragile, something that breaks under shock. Sure, dislikes volatility, suffer non-linear harm from stress, right? Okay, that was kind of good. All right, robust, something that doesn't actually breaks under stress. Like yeah, something that maintains its own structure. Indifferent to volatility, restress, but doesn't improve. Yeah, it doesn't improve, which is good. Anti-fragility, something that gains from shock and stress and disorder. Thrives on volatility, requires stress and disorder to grow. Okay, good. Via negativity, it's much more easier to remove things that are bad or something, it's rather than adding, because negativity is like you can know. Right, that that's like removing is way much easier than adding up, because adding up introduces a lot more uncertainty and unpredictability, right? Like for example, if you're adding gym, but it's so much easier to remove Instagram, right? Because you know what Instagram already does to you and it needs to be removed. That's why adding something has a lot of, but then again, like yeah, you can have like improve by subtraction, exactly, because addition has unknown side effects, subtraction often removes the known harms, exactly. Optionality is true power. It's like the ability to choose different things in complex systems. Optionality is having many choices where your downside is limited, but your upside is potentially huge. Oh, I forgot this. I forgot this. Downside cap, upside non-ended. This asymmetric is optionality. I think this strategy works in investing too. Bear bill strategy. Forgot. Play again. Most in extremely safe positions while keeping a smaller portion exposed to potentially massive gain. Protect against ruin while remaining open to positive. Place most resources in extremely safe position. Right, okay. Optionality. Well, of course I know what optionality is. It's like capped downside, massive upside. So what you do is like you position yourself in such a situation where you gain a lot from like something good happening and you lose nothing when something bad happens. Right. The downside is cap, upside is open ended. The optionality is having many choices. Downside is limited, but your upside is potentially huge, right? Like good. All right. Bear build strategy. Bear build strategy is pretty much investing resources in areas where there's massive upsides once again, and like yeah, again I forgot. More extremely safe while keeping a smaller portion expensive, potentially massive. Yeah, potentially. Protect against roll while remaining a positive surprise. Good. Yeah. Robust. Something like yeah. Indifferent to volatility, resists stress but doesn't improve, of course. Fragile, something that breaks apart under stress, like dislikes volatility. Dislikes volatility. Yeah, good. Anti-fragile loves volatility, gain from stress and something like that. So just like muscles do. Right. Bear build strategy, of course, like putting resources in such a place where you gain a lot from the success and you lose nothing, almost nothing when there's something that happens. So yeah, via negativity, subtraction is way much easier than addition, because subtraction doesn't like it removes known harms, and addition actually includes like unknown side effects of the things. But then again, it's not exactly saying that you should never add. It's just saying removal of things first is far much better than just random additions of things you don't know much about. Right, improved by subtraction. Yeah, subtraction often removes known harms, because like you'll know, like going to gym has a massive side effects. You would at least need 8 or 9 hours of sleep or something. Like yeah, if you do not sleep, your body feels like hell. This is what happens with gym. You'll need a good diet, you need a good protein, and then you have to keep on adding more and more to sustain that. So the same goes with learning. Like, so whenever you're learning, like, you add learning and then you add to like add a retention or something, because then you're gonna forget a lot of things. So this is another thing. Optionality. What was optionality, guys? Oh yeah, massive upside and cap downside. Yeah, good. Okay, like yeah, let's go with this. Systems study now. Reinforcing loop, something to keep on reinforcing itself. Like when outputs kind of like amplifies the inputs. Right, so it's like the more outputs there are, the more inputs the system get, which produce even more outputs. Outputs feeding back into the system, which is about, again, feedback loop, and yeah, amplifying feedback, right? So feedback that amplifies change, causing growth. So when output accelerates the, like, inputs or something. Delay, of course, in complex systems, there's delay. Delay is like change in state transition, a lag between an accident, observe like lag feedback. Yeah. You do something and something else happen. Okay, good. Self-organization, how systems self-organize themselves, right? So I forgot entirely of it. The ability of the system to create a modified own structure without external autonomous restructuring. I think this one is kind of not really what the time, this definition. Balancing loop, something that stabilizes the system. Balancing loops are like, yeah, so they give negative feedback to yeah. So what they do is they do not allow the outputs to accelerate the inputs or something. So yeah, so stabilize feedback, of course, a feedback that counter exchange and pushes towards equilibrium. Good. Hierarchy, like, yeah, okay, there's hierarchies in system, like what matters and what doesn't matter. So yeah, regulation across scales. Limiting factor, something that caps out the system ability to grow, because each factors like stop reinforcing growth after some point. So yeah, the most restrict the system growth to be a bottleneck growth. Yeah, that's what they say. Non-linearity, something that explodes non-linearly, right? So when the efforts are not, like, when you do X and X produces a Y outcome, but X and Y are non-linear in relation. So it's not X like X equals 2X, it's X equals sorry, it's not X equals 2Y. It's not like, yeah, it's like, if you do 1X, if you add like, X plus 1 is not Y plus 1. Right, it's the relation is nonlinear, so it's like x plus 1 equals maybe y square, and then x plus 2 is like y cube. It's like that nonlinear relation mathematically. If you're a mathematics guy, disproportionate response, exactly. A condition output which are not proportional to input, easy. Right, resilience, okay, system ability to maintain itself under shock, stress, and stuff like that. Persistence under disturbance is easy. I think this comes from cybernetics too. I add that stock. Well, what is accumulated over time? Accumulated quantity, okay, easy. Feedback loops. Okay, feedback loop. When output feeds back into inputs. All right, circular causation creates consequences. Consequence alter A. The effects come change its own cause. A feedback loop exists where system outputs eventually return like your future behavior. Like, exactly. I don't wanna easy 1.6 month, but yeah, I do know that right now. Flow, don't know. Array averages stock changes over time. Rate of change. Yeah, rate of change. We've done some revision. Revision was necessary, and I will always count that as learning. If you define the goal of a society, like, yeah, we get that system behaviors produce sensitivity goals of the feedback. If the goal, the indicators of this defined accurately, or any the system will obediently work to produce a result that is not really intended or wanted. Exactly, people chase random goals which are not. That's why I don't chase operative studying, more about topic integrated and how much you've understood. I think, yeah, topics integrated are one of the most things, I guess. Like, yeah, I should actually focus more on concept integrated. I mean, like, okay, now that I think about it, we have actually integrated so many concepts. Like, only way to know. Like, yeah, and also it's not through on key seeking, the top rule beating. Oh yeah, this is how systems beat rule, because like there are incentives when it comes to beating rules, shifting the burden to an, and so like you're getting dependent onto something that, like, stabilizes you in the short run, destabilizes you in the long run. That's a common system dynamic that happens all the time. Same goes with addiction. Success is how success makes you is more successful. How good systems make you more better. How having good body makes you even having better body. Success to successful. Competitive exclusion. Escalation. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There's escalation in system dynamic too. Escalation, how these feedback loops kind of like get stuck and like they keep on reinforcing themselves. Drift to low performance. Ah, low performance. Okay, so this is like how standards keep on shifting. So like each year, okay, standard shift because when there's a low performance, you say, okay, this is better than the last year because you're comparing it to by last year, right? But it's like, okay, how standards are shifting of the masses, right? That's another system dynamic that happens. The tragedies of how people exploit common things and then they kind of like fuck themselves over. All right. I mean, I could have added into this system to the policy resistance. Actor try to build business stock towards various goal and result can be policy. A new policy. Oh yeah, there are policies that either push like the system stocks towards where you don't want or bring them back, right? Like yeah, so there are policies that actually bring back the state of the system to the desired state or something, right? Yeah, system traps and opportunities. I think they were all talking about opportunities and the way out. So like, yeah, seeking the wrong goal, the way out. System. Be especially careful not to confuse the effort. Like yeah, the goal of sailboat design something because it's a rule. You have a problem of rule beating when you do bit happening because it's the way around the rule. Both of these system events can be going on at the same time. It's the rule. Yeah, people push around the rule, right? So you have rules that okay, don't do cigarette, they will harm you. Don't do drugs, but people kind of beat the rule because they do find profit, I suppose. The goal of sailboat design. Once upon a time, people raised sailboats not for millions of dollars or. Mm-hmm. One person in boats that were designed for fishing, transporting goods, selling. It could are more interesting if the competitors are roughly equal in speed. Various classes of boat by length and sail area and other parameters, and same class. Some boats were done. Hmm. Whoa, whoa, whoa! People are okay. So okay. Oh yeah. If you optimize by the rules, it's like once the rule changes, you become so unoptimized. Ah, they are way too optimized. I see what they mean by way too optimized. It needs a team of experts to run them. They are competing for speed rather than anything else. Oh my gosh, they look bizarre. It's like she said it. Yeah, this is what happens when you start to optimize for the rules. Like this is what happens when you're optimizing for grades and education system. So like there's a section with like the kind of like like yeah so like the scores in examination are pretty much testing your pattern recognition rather than intuition, creativity, problem solving or something. So problem solving too, but it's like they don't throw random questions at you and ask you to deliver a solution. They just yeah in trigonometry too in grade 10 they were like a solution for every question, and then you had to do that pattern recognition to solve it rather than come up with an idea as to how this should be solved. If they were testing you on the basis of the idea of how it should be solved, like that would have been really great. But yeah, look at these like these bizarre things. This is how they're made or something, right? They're just made for the street, like speed or something, to just win, I suppose. Well, I guess that's their thing, right? I think it's like if Donella was alive, she would be like, "Oh, this thing got even worse. I must have known that." Right. In system and in our philosophy. Leverage point. Basis to intervene in a system. Region spending on development researches to be. Mm-hmm. Goes on to point out that although people deeply involved in the system often know intuitively where to find leverage points, more often my own. Of a backward institution was my own. The world model, asked by the Club of Rome to show how major global problems of poverty and hunger and computer model came up with a destruction of the whole list of problems. With all their might in the wrong direction. I think this guy, ChatGPT, Jay Forrester. I think, yeah. ChatGPT, this guy, Jay Forrester, right? I mean, this guy is the one who actually creates system dynamics, right? That Donella keeps on talking about and thinking in system, right? And there's like, there's this book he published. I don't want to know about the book, but he talks about like in that book, like the leverage points. They're talking about leverage points and what he demonstrated in that book that like subsidized low income housing is the leverage point. I don't get what that means, but what he defined out, what was his discovery, and yeah, what was his theory in that book? Like yeah, which was published in 1969, right? About urban dynamics, right? I want to know that. Could you give me the summary and all the leverage points he found out in that? Like a complex system with three max cities are not complex. Ah, ah, more, more, more low income houses power more low income families to move to the city. Low income residents increases, demands for job and services rises. The city spends more money on welfare and public service. Burden rises because tax will rise because these people won't be able to pay off the taxes to investing. Job growth slows. So what did you consider? More job, higher incomes, tax based, more investments, better city services, stronger economy. Cities could create conditions that attract businesses and generate employment rather than subsidizing poverty. I see. I see. After surprisingly, that some policies could work in the opposite direction for common. Poverty concentration, excessive welfare spending can attract faster, may not tolerable decline. Helping the poor is best point with the structure of the system matter more than good intention. What was roughly business investment? I guess yeah, that's why the more the businesses there are, and the more the business, like problem that the people solve, like encouragement at businesses is what creates more jobs, right? So if businessman, that's why what education systems are doing is like they try to educate more and more people, but you need to have more and more businesses to take up on those more and more people. That's why they're constantly fighting, try to get more and more educated, wasting their time away. And the composition of housing stock, the tax structure that influences business affects migration into the city. Rates of economic mobility, long delays between policy and their feedback loops that reinforce. In complex systems, often other places where the system can change more efficiently or even blue systems are usually visible leverage point are usually hidden. This is why Donella admired Finnerbrook so much. He trained people to stop thinking where's the pain, instead reproducing where the structure keeps reproducing the pain. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's why blocking works so efficiently well. Okay, now I'm connecting this with other things. I did that, so okay. Where is that? So that's rather than thinking, okay, I'm not able to study, like like not able to study, let's say 6 hours a day or something, because I think that's biologically peaking. Don't want to reach more than that. But I want to reach effective 4 hours of studies. Like, what kind of structure produces 4 hours of studies every day? Good health, good diet, good sleep. First of all, good sleep exponentially necessary. Good diet exponentially. Some physical exercise exponentially. And so I got that, especially diet too. All right, and I think I need to actually start consuming things that are good for the brain or something. Not definitely too much good for the brain, but you get the gist. Let me add that to my to-do list because since we are learning, we'll do that later. Just a simple task, guys. Um, find do a research on things that can actually improve brain performance. So if there are, like, if there are things that allows us to achieve that, then we'll have that. Yeah. Like, yeah, though I don't think so there are much things like that, but like, yeah, let's just see if that happens, right? Now, yeah, so I was about to ask a question, which was like, oh yeah, and I guess that makes sense too, because our education system constantly reinforce for jobs, but it doesn't reinforce for businesses, right? Because here's the problem: a lot of people that came out of school, so they're necessarily out there not for the business. They don't know how to make businesses. They just know how to work for the businesses, and a lot of education system teaches them to do things like math, science, physics, but they never teach about how to build their own businesses. And that's the point, right? Because like if you have businesses and economy only, then you'll have like a people actually taking up jobs, and right, yeah, so that's why education system kind of like cannibalizes itself. So now what the average person does is, even after education, they've educated themselves, what they start doing, is that they went to Instagram, they create a YouTube channel, or they start doing things like that, not because they don't get a job, right? They start building their own businesses after getting educated, because a lot of people who actually educate from good degrees start their own businesses later, and some people who had no choice has to do nothing but build businesses. And this is the point, right? I mean, with all that education, there are not businesses, so how like, yeah, how are you going to make money, right? That's the point. So you had no choice, either to actually become poor, either to actually start something new, or yeah. So yeah, even in like, even if you are taking business as something, okay, you're touching something real, but you're also compressing some different phenomena into one system. Thinking would tell us slow down and suppress the feedback loop. Education don't only produce employees, they produce engineers, and yeah, but then again, designers, managers who make businesses possible. Because if nobody knew programming, apparently the company wouldn't exist. If nobody understands chemistry, human capital is one of the inputs into business creation. Strong to say education creates workers, therefore cannibalize itself. That means you're empowering feedback. Okay, sorry. Education, higher job competition. The loop does exist. Rapidly hires education, but business formation economic good doesn't keep. You get more educates, more competition for jobs, and employment frustration, people searching for alternative. Rhythmic countries, including the parts of India, you end up with engineers preparing for government exams or graduates taking jobs that don't require the degrees. Lack of job equals entrepreneurship. This also happened. Well, employment opportunity, let's say people may start small businesses, freelance, create content online, become self-employed, join family businesses. But this doesn't actually mean healthy entrepreneurship. This thing, opportunity, I see an opportunity and want to build something, and I can't find employment, so I must do something. Yeah, they are different, right? And a street vendor and the founder of a software company are both technically entrepreneurs, but they arise from very different system conditions. If you have a business and economy only, then people will take the job. Business themselves needs condition to survive. Perpetuate rights, access to capital, infrastructure, tax and context, consumer with purchasing power, skilled labor, reasonable, predictable regulation. Just telling us just telling people start businesses and create a system thinking we are very. It might look like education, skills, and knowledge produce workers into business creation and productivity, economic growth, more resources for education. This is a reinforcement, but another can emerge. Insufficient job growth under disciplinary, yeah, credential. Inflation. This is where reinforcement loop and a negative one. Both loop can exist simultaneously. What stock is actually concentrated? It is the too many few too few businesses, excessive regulations, weak infrastructure, mismatch between skills and the market needs. Trees have different bottlenecks. One system trap because you personally observe people going to YouTube or Instagram after struggling with jobs, attempting to education causes business scarcity. That causality is probably like insufficient economic absorption, access competition for jobs, some people turn to whether entrepreneurship. The leverage point is not simply tech. The deeper question: what structural condition allow a productive business to continuously emerge faster than the supply of allow predictive businesses to continuously emerge? Mm-hmm. Business to continuously emerge faster than the supply of people seeking opportunities. All right, so now you need more productive systems. That means you need to tell people about how to find business. That means you need educational system where people build businesses by themselves. You need entirely government subsidiary that gives people money for building businesses if their business idea is approved by a community or something. So yeah, doesn't really matter. And then like yeah, they give returns to the government, like yeah, or something like that. And that's it. That's what happens. You have education going too, but you have business going too. So you're making more businesses. So new people are making new businesses online on social media platform and stuff like that. And because you're giving, you know, huge education into how to build businesses, how business succeed, marketing, like every so yeah, you what you're pretty much doing like businesses right now, entrepreneurship in itself is like a really rare skill, and people don't know where to even begin or start with. But if you kind of like teach them at the start, how do you do entrepreneurship, how do you come up with solution that the masses want, right? Or how do you use the people around you to actually make those solutions, then you kind of like win. I get it though. That's why a lot of companies doesn't make a lot of money even though they employ a lot of employees, and doesn't work efficiently well. A lot of things I get like how that functions, right? And ChatGPT was right. Like I was kind of simplifying the thing, but yeah, you get the idea. When there's so much graduates, they cannibalize themselves because there's just no one to actually take their give them job. Worsening whether problem we are trying to solve. Why am I sitting like that? Like, why is my body going this way? Like, why is my spine that way? I mean, why is not this? Some reason I just don't know. Maybe it's because of the chair. Oh yeah, I have actually created a very bad equilibrium here. That's my sitting position. I need to buy a new chair too. My chairs have to be so expensive. Fuck my everything has to be so expensive. I'm sick and tired of being poor. Not poor. I'm not poor. I have an AC in my house. I guess pretty good house too. Personal, two personal rooms in fact. But You get the gist. You shouldn't charge them money. The size of flows are dead last. What the fuck does she mean? Okay, I'll be back in a minute, and let me just stop the timer. Well, I'm back, and this rarely happens, but I'll be honest, kind of like I'm not feeling like studying today at all for some reason. I just want to wander around and do nothing, literally. And do low mental menial tasks that doesn't consume much energy, right? Like yeah. Maybe in the afternoon the energy would rise, but like yeah, I've been AFK for I don't know 30 or 40 minutes now. And I don't know. Feel kind of I really don't want to study right now for some reason. I mean, not do this. Maybe do something else. Maybe like watch a YouTube video or something. Like, I just don't want to read the book. And I was like, okay, Varik, why is it that you're not finding the motivation to read the book? And I'm like, okay, maybe it takes a lot of energy and some reason. Something like that. But how to express with words, right? Even I don't know, or I don't have much idea about it. As for this laptop, I think it's going to last 2 or 3 years. Before that, we need to earn more money. I think it's already 3 years old. So let's say if its lifespan is 6 years or something, then yeah, after that we do need a couple of lakhs to buy a new one. But yeah, as for now, it's kind of going on. Um, could you tell me the most asymmetric YouTube video that I should watch that kind of like improves my prediction and improves my predictive model of reality catastrophically well or something, right? Like something like that. Let's just watch a video right now. Like if you don't feel like yeah, that means we do have to improve our predictive model. Maybe it's because the topics are not interesting, or maybe it's just that yeah, I just really don't feel like it. It's not like it's happened really, like I said. Like how to see future. Daniel, what? But before that, let me just get this off my eyes here. How to think clearly. People frequently say one thing. Show me the I'll show you the answer. And do another. Yeah, that's exactly. They'll say Instagram is one of the most wasteful things you can do, but then again, they'll go back to Instagram because it shapes incentives, right? Most prediction fail because we are exponential processes. For some reason, this guy looks just smart. I don't know why. How to see the future, I suppose. Okay. Let's just check these out. First of all, let's check this one out. Control V. Reinventing entropy compression as intelligence. Okay, what is that? I think we're gonna get a copyright on, like, yeah, but who cares? Oh yeah, and you guys are not hearing anything, so now you'll be here to hear something. Sorry for that. I didn't realize that.
Number of bits per instruction that this would require with a simple weighted sum. Half the
Mm-hmm.
time, only one bit is used, a quarter of the time, 2 bits are needed, and the remaining times, you need 3 bits. When you add this all up as a weighted sum, you get 1.75 bits per instruction, which is indeed better than the more naive approach of a flat 2 bits per instruction. The second student is spending more bits on those last 2 instructions, but because they come up so much less frequently, this is more than made up for by using only 1 bit for that most common instruction. And you can see this efficiency bear out empirically too. This right here is a set of instructions sampled from that distribution. You'll notice lots of ups, about half as many downs, and even fewer lefts and rights. When you turn each symbol into the appropriate bit string following this encoding, the resulting sequence of bits is indeed shorter than what the naive method gave. But I hear some of you asking, how does the robot know how to decode this? Can we be sure that there's an unambiguous way to draw the dividing lines? In the lingo of encodings, each of these 4-bit strings used to encode the instructions is called a code word. And as we step through things here, see if you can figure out what rule the clever student was following to make sure that their code words don't conflict with each other. And really, you just need to look at an example bit stream from the robot's perspective and think it through. Let's say that that very first bit that it receives is a 1. So far, this could be encoding any of the last 3 instructions, down, left, or right. If what follows is a 0, then it can only be down. There is no other possibility, so the robot can register that as a complete instruction. From there, starting fresh, if what follows is a 0, that must be encoding up, since there is no other possibility. Nothing else starts with a 0. After that, if they see a 1, this is so far ambiguous, it's the prefix for any of the last 3 code words. If the next bit is another 1, it remains ambiguous, it's the prefix of the last 2, but that following 0 then makes clear these 3 bits must have been encoding left. In short, all the robot has to do is read in the next sequence of bits until the moment that it forms a complete code word, at which point it can register it as a complete instruction. If you step back and think about it, the key constraint for this all to work is that no code word can be a prefix of another one. For example, let's say you tried to introduce some 5th instruction that had the code word 100. That would cause conflicts, because after reading 10, it's not clear whether that's supposed to be down or if it's supposed to be the start of this new 5th instruction. When you avoid this kind of conflict, an encoding method like this has a special name. It's known in the business as a prefix-free code, or what is confusingly synonymous, it's actually more commonly known as a prefix code. And there's a really nice way to visualize choosing prefix-free codes with a certain diagram that represents every possible binary string. This diagram also has some helpful parallels with how I want to show entropy in just a few minutes. It's probably decently intuitive what's going on if you just pause and stare at it for a bit, but I'll call out the important features. Each layer shows every bit string of a given length, and you'll notice everything that starts with a 0 lives on the left half of this diagram, and everything that starts with a 1 lives on the right half of the diagram. And that same idea continues recursively as you go up. So everything starting with 0, is above this quarter of the diagram, everything starting with 0, is above this quarter of the diagram, and so on. In particular, the key property is that every binary string in this diagram is a prefix for everything that sits above it. So when our clever student chose to allocate a single bit 0 to represent the instruction up, they were effectively consuming half of the space of all possible code words by doing so, since everything starting with a 0 is now prohibited based on this prefix-free property. Similarly, allocating 10 to down eats up another 1/4 of this space, and the remaining 2 instructions each eat up an 1/8 of the space. You can just see how nothing is left over. And at this point, I'm guessing that there's some bell kind of resonating in your mind, given that these proportions are all exactly the same as the probability for each instruction coming up. And in fact, that tickling sensation of a relationship between data size and probabilities is exactly the founding insight for information theory. When you stare at this pleasing alignment, it might suggest that the clever student solution is not just better, maybe it's somehow perfect. But at the moment, that feels like a bold claim to make. How could you know that there's not some ultra clever method that does something fancy with really long sequences of instructions that somehow makes it so the average bits per instruction gets even lower than this? This takes us to the third student, head in the clouds, who is not really even thinking about actual codes that they can implement. They have been pondering what properties a perfect, optimally efficient code would have. They have this really clever idea, which is to argue that random noise should be incompressible, and therefore, a perfect compression algorithm should produce a bit stream that's indistinguishable from random noise. What's neat is, even though that sounds kind of simple, this can actually lead you to reinventing the idea of Shannon entropy. Now, when I say random noise, what I mean is that each bit is a 1 or a 0 with 50% probability, and all of the bits act independent from one another. It's not hard to show that our second student's encoding for the robot genuinely follows this rule. If you think about it, there's a 50% chance that the message starts with the instruction up, so that first bit has a 50% chance of being a 0, otherwise it's a 1. And then if it is a 1, there's a 50% chance that the instruction is down, meaning the next bit is 0, otherwise it's a 1. And so on. Each new bit really does act like an independent coin flip, so to the receiver, that compressed bit stream really is indistinguishable from random noise. But why am I saying that random noise is incompressible? Well, for that, let's really focus on things from the receiver's perspective. And here, instead of thinking instruction by instruction, it helps to zoom out and frame our discussion in terms of entire messages and what the encoding for full messages looks like. When that receiver sees a string of n bits representing some compressed message, this is 1 out of 2 to the n possible messages they could have received that would have the same size. And then critically, because we're assuming this looks like random noise, all 2 to the n of those messages must be equally likely. Now, to be clear, we're not just talking about the robot example anymore. Our theoretical head-in-the-cloud student really wants to make an argument for what perfect compression looks like for any data type. Like maybe we're compressing language or compressing images, and they want an argument that works regardless of the details of what specific compression algorithm you're using. A loose intuition in your head is that maybe among all of the messages that compress down to n bits, some of them would contain a larger amount of predictable data, while others would have started as a smaller amount of unpredictable data. But the key point is that if the compressed bit stream really does look like random noise, meaning all of the bit strings of size n are equally likely, it must be the case that all the underlying messages being compressed were equally likely to arise, and even more specifically with probability 1 over 2 to the n. So again, why am I claiming that this is incompressible? Well, let's pull up that same diagram representing the space of all possible binary strings. In this case, we can think of all the encodings for our 2 to the n equally likely messages as being the bit strings on one layer of this diagram.
I just don't know shit. I'm not. Is it just me who's not able to understand anything that's going on in the video? It's just not me who's not like. If you are really watching what the guy's trying to say, you just can't. You just can't understand what the fuck happening. But ChatGPT, I'm not able to understand. Okay, not Chat. This is not Chat. But Gemini, I opened up the video, but the video was just too complex, buddy. I just couldn't understand shit. I mean, like, yeah, it started talking about, like, about entropy, Shannon theory, information, and stuff like that. I do know Claude and his famous theory of information, his famous information theory and stuff like that, and entropy, his work on that thing. But how communication, signal to noise ratio, stuff like that. I know he's kind of like worked on that kind of stuff, but to be honest, I don't know shit. I mean, I really don't know shit. I mean, like, whatever they're saying, I'm just not able to understand anything. Not called that.
alternate scheme, where you try to become more efficient by making one of these messages use fewer bits, it would move lower on the diagram, which means it then overlaps with some other message, so you would have to put that other message somewhere else in this diagram. At minimum, that means it's sharing a space with yet a third message, and those last two have to kind of get bumped up one layer, requiring that extra bit for each of them to disambiguate. So saving one bit over here costs you 2 bits elsewhere. You're basically pushing down a bump on the rug, only to see it pop up even worse in another spot. In general, any message encoded with a string lower on this diagram is going to be eating up more than its fair share of the space, which forces multiple other messages to occupy a smaller region, bumping them higher up, meaning they're encoded less efficiently. I'm going to guess that it's decently intuitive for everyone watching that the most efficient scheme here for equally likely messages is to give them all the same number of bits, but I do think the diagram gives a more concrete way to see why you end up with unfavorable trade-offs otherwise. Once you have this idea that perfect compression looks like random noise, this is exactly the kind of thing I was referencing in the intro about how insights can lead you to definitions. Notice how what we're basically saying is that a message that uses n bits in a perfect scheme must have a probability.
Okay, I have an idea, guys. Okay, finally my brain is fucking working. You have compression, which is random noise, but information works when you are trying to find out patterns in that random noise. So you need to know the difference between what is generally random noise and what is a pattern worth knowing. Right. So for example, you have this machine and you're sending it information like 10100. It's random to it, right? But how does it it's trying to predict what come next or something. Yeah, that's what brain is doing. So brain is trying to predict what's coming next out of this information that it's receiving. Information can be of any type. It just need to convert into electrical electrical transfer into like electricity or something like electrical circuits, because like, yeah, your body, like, you have like it's transferred into like electrical messages that the brain kind of like have. So all the information that is coming to you, I just don't get. I mean, I am trying my best to connect the idea.
Of 1 over 2 to the n, or 2 to the negative n. If you take the log base 2 of both sides here and then negate, this is equivalent to saying that the number of bits allocated to a message, assuming perfect compression, is negative log base 2 of p, where p is the probability of occurring. This negative log expression is the fundamental formula for all of information theory. Everything up to this point is me trying to make this value feel like something you are inevitably drawn to by asking about perfect compression, rather than it feeling like some arbitrary definition that we start with. Some students do find this negative log takes a little getting used to. It looks like it should be a negative value before you think about the fraction in the middle, but really the intuitive way to read it is that it's asking how many times do you chop your space of possibilities in half to get to a certain quantity. Here, let me pull up some axes and show you the graph of negative log of p. I've also seen some authors default to writing this as the log of 1 over p, which maybe you find more intuitive. You could also think of it as the log base 1/2 of p, which I've never really seen anyone lean into, but personally I would be quite partial to that as a convention. Now, however you write it, what Shannon realized is that this is a very useful way to think about the information that a message contains, even when literal perfect compression is not possible, and p is no longer a clean power of 2, which would mean that the output here is some fractional amount. In fact, he defined this expression to be the information of an event. The image I sometimes have in my head is to picture the probability of an event with a little pie chart, and the information is this bar above it that gets kind of pumped up to be taller as the probability is squeezed closer to 0. That is, unlikely messages contain a lot of information. And the bar is relaxed to get shorter as the probability approaches 100%. Highly expected messages contain very low information. I want to be clear that there is content to this definition. It's more than just rescaling probabilities, as if converting.
Okay, I do get the part. I do get the part from first and free energy principle is that like the more unexpected something is, like the more you'll rigorously gonna try to reduce uncertainty about it. But then they go on and take that further in the video that you just sent me, because I did watch the a lot part of the video, and I did realize what it pretty much essentially saying is that the uh more more rare information tends to give higher amounts of information. So more rare events tends to give a higher amount of information. For example, I drink water and nothing happened, and or maybe I went to the washroom or something because I wanted to pee. That gives literally no information, but per se, right? But if you have if you have like an alien coming to like a spaceship landing in like New Delhi or Japan or something, now that gives insane amounts of like unpredictability or something, like you said, right? Which is gonna like fuck your mind over for a couple of seconds, and you're gonna think, oh, so alien did exist, it's something beyond. Like, yeah, like that's just gonna fuck your mind over. Do you realize your mom come into your room and start to murder you or something? That's insane amount of it, like insane amount of uh information, right? That's like a very unexpected event that kind of like updates mental model catastrophically, creates new expectations around human, around people, around stability, around how a person like yeah create like yeah it changes brain fundamentally in many ways. I can pretty much understand that, right? But what I do want is like yeah, I do know as soon as my mom come here in my room to kill me, I can have like of course she's never gonna come, but the idea is like that's extremely unexpected situation that's gonna most probably change that. Even if you have people around you that love you or always tell you they love you, they can still murder you, and there's a high chance that people can lose their minds or something. It kind of like updates predictive model catastrophically, right, or something. But if I move my mouse and click on certain part of my like screen and nothing happens, like that's really like it's just like clicks. Like let's for example, I'm switching between tabs on my Chrome, nothing happens, and that's like really unexpected thing, right? Like just the tab gets switched. But some for some example, I click on the screen, but the click is not working. So I'm like, okay, maybe the mouse is broken or the laptop is broken, and then I make a prediction. That's an unexpected situation. I think that contains more information about the world, and it's like stuff like that. But still, I don't get the entire thing. Like how do we like information is just bits, like okay, but then again information is not bits, information is noise, and you find patterns in noise, and that become information. And the compression, and the only way to find pattern in noise is through predicting what's going to happen next or something. And that's how we have humans. I mean, like, yeah, it's getting really harder for me to understand all that kind of stuff. Christian free energy, okay, that's oh man, that's Friston free energy principle. What's what? Friston. Friston free energy principle. Let's just hope it grabs my like British language or something. You're grasping the philosophy perfectly. Okay, that's a good thing. We're grasping the philosophy. The bridge between your real world exam in terms like bits, noise, and pattern is where everyone gets stuck. That's demystify the exact connection. But when engineering scientists say bit, it sounds robotic like computer code, but in information, a bit is simply a unit we can use to measure how much you just narrowed down your choices. Perfect, yes, no question. For example, let's use a laptop. Suddenly, your brain figures out a bit, yes or no choices to update the model. Is the mouse dead? No, one bit is the. So no, one bit. It's just a specific website. Yes or no. And so like an extreme example of loved one turning violent. It reasons contain insane amount of information of billions of years that shatters a massive web of connection. To fix your broken model of reality, your brain suddenly has to answer mountain of yes or no question to build rebuild hostility. Can I trust anyone? Is this environment safe? Was everything was a lie? Am I safe right now? Right, a bit is just a metric for how much updating your brain has to do to feel certain again. Ah, moving from noise to pattern. That's why people want more certainty, that reality hurts. And that changes expectations, right, around people, because like, yeah, when you're lonely for time and you're isolated, and yeah, but it's just the metrics of for how much updating your brain has to do to feel certain again. Okay, yeah, uncertainty got spikes. For example, when I was talking to my friend yesterday, this makes so much sense. This idea is actually worth a lot. Oh my gosh. Now I can keep track of bits. I mean, not necessarily the bits that humans talked about, but I had yesterday a friend like at the gym, like he also does the gym, and he was talking about peanut butters. And then he says, okay, I use my fitness peanut butter, and I'm like, okay, I use Pintola peanut butter or something, right? And then he says, oh, Pintolas are not that great, like, my fitness peanut butter are really good or something. And then I came back home, and I didn't thought of much as right now, but I did had some slight uncertainty there because I've done my own research about Pintola, right? So I do know it's not a bad company. In fact, it's a great. But then again, today I did a research on my fitness, and I realized they have one product, just one product that is better than Pintola, but as for the rest, it's just the same thing, right? So that is also a good company, right, about when it comes to peanut butters. But you get the gist. You get the gist, right? So I did had to answer a couple of questions, which is like, okay, how much protein do they have? If they have more protein, how much sodium, how much, couple of things do they have? Like if they have those things, like they are bad. Like, yeah, if they have all those things, then yes, right? If it had those things, then that's a yes, and that updates my model that this thing is better than that thing. That means the chances of me having a better health is would be like, after consuming this thing is slightly likely higher than other thing. And what I did realize that there was a slight difference. First of all, the protein, the difference was protein, 1 gram. In Pintola, you have 30 grams of protein, and that you have 1 gram of protein. I think those kind of thing creates a couple of bits of information, yes or no information, that I need to answer, and then I got answers. And then there was difference in sodium, right? So Pintola has 25 grams of sodium, and MyFitness is 11 grams of sodium, and this is the best product of both of the companies, right? Almost the best product, which are not like, which is absolutely pure, aren't they don't have sweetness added, they don't have stuff like that, like, anything. So yeah, this is the best product, and I didn't realize that, okay, the MyFitness product was like slightly good, slightly better. It's not catastrophically better, but slightly better. And I was like, oh yeah, so that guy was right. But I bet he wasn't using our like, I did go through the different products, and I did realize different products of MyFitness weren't that like health effective or something. That was just one product, and same goes with the Pintola too. These companies also target the people who aren't as disciplined when it comes to peanut butter, and they want some taste in it, because the normal unsweetened peanut butter, if you actually ever consume it, doesn't taste really good, and it's really hard to, like, it's just like really thick and really calorie dense or something, and you just don't want that or something. You get the just what I'm saying. I mean, your brain has to do it to feel certain again. Moving from noise to patterns. You said information is, you just find pattern and that becomes information. This is the golden key. Oh my gosh. It's just billions of things happening with no apparent meaning. A pattern is the rule that connects the noise. What gives when a pattern faces something it didn't expect? What when your pattern did face, just black white dancing pixel, that is pure noise. If you try to predict what pixel, there is no pattern. Suddenly the static shift, you notice every time a pixel on the left turns white, right just to boom, you spotted a pattern. Left equals right. Now look at the prediction and the compression work together. Before the pattern, you look at every single pixel, high entropy total noise. Let's say because you can predict. We function as human beings. When we are a baby, the world was pure terrifying noise, loud science, physics, gravity. It was all chaotic waterfall of data. Over time, your brain started playing non-stop games of guess what's happened next, and you dropped a spoon, it hit the floor, it did it again, it hit the floor. The things fall down. That's because a permanent predictive model called gravity. Because you can predict gravity, you no longer have to waste brain power worrying if your cup will float away when you sit down, or okay, the start of reality, you have compressed that part of reality. You only pay attention to something that breaks the rule, like a magic trick or a broken mouse. The takeaway of your model, you don't have to worry about Shannon Mantic. You just remember this loop: noise, chaos, finding a pattern, building a predictive rule. Reality matches calm, low energy, right? So you don't have to. This is what happens with engineers too. They yeah, there's noise and there's spots, they start spotting pattern, they build predictive rules, and then the reality matches, and now they calm low energy. It means it requires no energy. That's why progressively in mathematics and math science everywhere, the more you actually learn, the more easier it's get to actually learn more, because yeah, like there's low entropy, I guess. Yeah, and encoding too. I mean, and I guess in building to like businesses too, at the state when you throw yourself into business, that's a state of really extremely high surprises, because then you have to start thinking about distribution. Then you have to start, like, I literally get hardware. I built hardware first time. That was like when I was building the hardware for my business, right? For my online business, that was like a state of high entropy. Not high entropy. It was like state of high noise. And then I built it patterns, and then I realized something that works, something that doesn't, and stuff like that. And I built it from scratch. But you get the idea. That was like a state when you throw yourself away, you're in a state of high surprise. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to be painful or something like your mom killing you, right? That means the alien that came into the New Delhi could be friendly, right? Like, yeah, but then you are getting the gist, right? You're not falling to get you actively wrestling with how it might translate raw chaos into survival, and that's exactly wrestling your predictive model updating itself, right? So the only organisms that predict or survive, sorry, not predict, is the ones that protect, right? So there are organisms that constantly react and get built up because of like mutation, natural, sorry, variation, like, sorry, replication, variation, and natural selection. These are those, but over time, because of those variation, they start building ability to actually predict what's happened next, and that's what actually keep them going, because now they can actually release surprise. And that just happens because of evolution accidentally build a mechanism that constantly produce something like, survival creatures like that, and that run that for billions of years or something.
Into an alternate unit system. You've already seen the core idea. In a perfect compression scheme, the number of bits allocated to a full message precisely equals this information content. Now, of course, perfect compression is not always possible. Your probabilities of messages are likely not perfect powers of 2. So the more general way you would frame this is to say that the information of a message gives you a lower bound on how much it can be compressed. At least when you average overall possible messages, it's perfectly possible to overfit a compression algorithm to one specific case. And to really wrap your mind around information and fractional bits, we need to step up our game beyond that warm-up example. See, with the robot, the probabilities were overly clean. They were all perfect powers of 2, so that the information per symbol could precisely match a whole number of bits. But Shannon was very interested in this question of limits on compression for much more realistic and complicated cases, like natural language. For example, here I'll pull up the probabilities for each new letter in an example phrase, at least as determined by a little GPT that I'm running locally. And by the way, if the probabilities provided by a model feel like those might be distinct from the probabilities of actual language, you would be right to raise an eyebrow. Hold on to that thought. It becomes very relevant later. One key difference with language is how heavily dependent on context everything is. The probability distribution for each new letter you see is highly contingent on everything that came before it. The other big difference is that all of these probabilities are obviously not going to be clean, perfect powers of 2. So if you compute the Shannon information of each one of these, meaning you take the negative log base 2, all the numbers that you see are fractional amounts. And again, giving a vague interpretation of what these mean is really not hard. Information content is low for very predictable letters, and it's high for very unpredictable letters. But all of you watching this are smart enough to demand a more exact interpretation, one that justifies why these values deserve to be given the units of bits. I mean, it's not like there's going to be some perfect encoding where this letter I has a code word that is somehow 4.19 bits, or where this highly predictable O is somehow encoded with just a narrow sliver of a bit. The real meaning is related to encoding entire messages and coming up with a bound on their compression. The probability for a full phrase, like the one I'm showing here, looks like multiplying the probabilities for each successive new letter. Where, again, I'll emphasize that these successive letters' probabilities are conditioned on what came before. This is essentially the chain rule from probability. I want you to notice how nicely this plays with a logarithm. If you ask for the information of that full message, taking this negative log expression, because logarithms turn multiplication into addition, this breaks up really nicely as the sum of the information for each individual letter. In the final part of this trilogy, I'm going to walk you through a very specific compression algorithm that would actually compress this text to within 1 or 2 bits of this value. It's no longer as simple as mapping each character to a predefined code word, but you nevertheless get this very direct sense of thinking about adding up the fractional information content of each letter to determine the length of the final encoding that you use. So that's the key idea. Even if, by the time you need to relate this to actual data sizes, things will get rounded off to the nearest whole number, what Shannon realized is just how useful it is to work at this higher layer of abstraction, where all your information is allowed to freely be continuous, and information of successive events really nicely adds together. Still, if you step back and imagine yourself very seriously assessing the fundamental compressibility of language, all of this hinges on the question of how you know the probabilities for each successive letter. Here, for all these animations, I've been illustrating things using a language model, but for one thing, that doesn't necessarily feel the same as the true probabilities underlying language, and for another, it's not even clear what we would mean by the true probabilities of language. So here, I actually think it's most enlightening to take a step back in time and see how Shannon himself thought about all of this long before language models or modern data analysis. Some of his earliest experiments on the information of language involved looking at specific short sequences of characters, what you often hear referred to as n-grams, and then tracking the statistics of what tended to follow. So, for example, if you scan through a few books and you notice every single time the two letters TH come up and you record what letters tend to follow, you could build up a table of those letters and let those statistics represent a sample for the probabilities you care about. Now, the problem is that this just completely breaks down for longer strings of letters, most notably any string of text that never shows up in all of the books that you're analyzing. Nevertheless, it's perfectly reasonable to talk about what's expected to follow such a longer string. In fact, if anything, it's more important to talk about those cases, since longer context windows are when things are at their most predictable. And that's where you stand to get the most compression due to that predictability. So instead of using raw statistics, a little bit later, Shannon analyzed a different model of the English language that he had available to him. His wife, Betty. As the story goes, Shannon pulled out a book and began asking Betty to guess each next letter. Shannon would then transcribe her guesses letter by letter. Every time she guessed incorrectly, he wrote down the correct letter, and then whenever she guessed correctly, he would just replace it with a dash. The idea was that this transcribed version he was creating has fewer actual letters than the original, but his point was that it contained the same amount of information, at least in the following sense. If he could somehow obtain an exact replica of his wife and conduct the guessing game again, he would only need to supply her with this reduced text. These letters, by themselves, would provide just the right prompting for his duplicate wife to exactly reproduce the original. Of course, in practice, a person wouldn't necessarily guess the same way twice, and while this qualitatively conveyed the idea of predictability allowing for compression, it wasn't yet a measurement of information. A bit later still, in his 1950 paper, Prediction and Entropy of Printed English, Shannon updated the experimental design to get a more robust read on this slippery question of the average information content in English. This time interviewing more people, instead of just logging whether each guess was right or wrong, Shannon recorded how many guesses were necessary for a human guesser to come up with the correct next letter. And then separately, he had this whole method for associating the number of guesses required with an implicit probability that a person would have been assigning to the true next letter. The details of that are a little bit in the weeds, but the broader point I want to make is how, in analyzing language, he wasn't just doing pure data analysis looking through books. He was trying to probe at an underlying model of language, namely the interviewee's brain. These brains that he could talk to were effectively treated as black boxes, ones with a sophisticated and yet indescribable understanding of language and an ability to predict characters based on the context. Now these days, in the 2020s, we have gone from merely interrogating black boxes that process language to designing them. The reason that you and I are here, revisiting the roots of information theory and this study of how compressible language is because of how much of the math in modern machine learning leverages the formulas that emerged in this field. Aside from the definition of information itself, there are three more key expressions that I want you to feel like you could have rediscovered. Not just because rediscovery makes them more memorable, but because seeing how they naturally arise from studying compression gives a more solid ground from which you can.
Okay, man, that was really, really one of the most complex videos, and this is like a state of being high surprise once again because they have to like ask a lot of questions, and I don't even know what to ask and where to update because I don't get the point they're making. That's not Denal Dennett. Artificial intelligence? When the fuck did I copy paste that? Control C. Control V. Okay.
Formally, game theory is a branch of mathematics that studies how to make the optimal strategic choice under uncertainty to win a game, starting with in two-player zero-sum games like chess or the Cold War. And it was formalized kind of in the World War II era. There was a book written by von Neumann, the great physicist, mathematician, thinker, and a guy named Morgenstern on game theory and economics. And it's interesting that it was those two together because so much of how our economic system works is based on the same concepts. Game theory.
I think the game theory also has this point where where you okay, I will be live today to the entire day because I want to make up for my non reading. But I think game theory also kind of like pretty much gives us an idea what kind of strategy should a species should follow, because game theory is like one of the strategies they find out is reciprocity. Like, you do good to me, I do good to you, you do good to me, and I forgive you one time, which is like generous reciprocity. But if you commit crimes 2 times, I betray you. That is like the basic essence of game theory, right? That goes on in those kind of stuff. Uh, but the main theory that was like, yeah, how do you reduce uncertainty in an environment, right? Like, and what kind of strategy works the most efficiently in order to reduce uncertainty. And what they did find out is like one of the best ways to actually reduce that is like, I do good to you, you do good to me. We reciprocate infinitely on that, and that's why we have a civilization where we have millions of agents that are reciprocating. But then again, you do bad to me, I'll forgive you one time if it's not too much. If it's too much, then I have no choice but to kind of like get back at you. But you get the gist. If it's like small errors or something, we forgive them. That comes like, because the reality is too chaotic and information, like, yes. But it was like, and the conclusion we came across is like, it's called tit for tat. So when species were actually growing, or you can say when a man was becoming man, like, well, what evolution figured out is like tit for tat works the best, right? You do good to me, right? And I do good to you. Like, we just return that. This is what they call like tit for tat. Like, sorry, good for good. So it's like, good to me. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing once again, but then again, you get the idea. So when we were like kind of like transitioning from that phase, I mean, I think I know actually what to do is like human evolution. All right. So when we were kind of like transitioning through that phase or something, like, you get the gist, right? So in those kind of times, and like especially in these kind of times when we were growing, right? Like, yeah, I mean, when we were transitioning, or any species that transition, and like the very reason why we became hypersocial is that we find out the reciprocity works like hell. Like hella efficiently, right? Reciprocity wins because it's like, you do good to me, I do good to you, and we just keep on doing good to each other so that everyone survives and everyone benefits. So it's like, rather than, and then we became like calibrated systems that kind of like reduce uncertainty about their position in the hierarchy, simultaneously reduce uncertainty about the world. All right. And that's why we start to care a lot about the uncertainty when it comes to like our position in hierarchies or something. Linear thinking, A cause B cause A. But yeah, I mean, this guy's like, as soon as he talks about uncertainty, you just know they're onto something.
Forever, it wasn't called game theory; it was just called strategy, right? It's just we hadn't been able to apply some of the tools of math and computation that were able to be applied at that time. But if you're reading Sun Tzu or you're reading Machiavelli, yeah, formally game theory is a.
Okay, but I wanna. Every day. I see. Like, he was the one who actually owned like. It's all about perspective. Not exactly perspective, but then again, it's like, it's a way to simplification. It's about the paradata you had and what kind of model you ended up building with that. So it's all about the whatever the model of reality you ended up building.
Yeah, formally game theory.
Right. So it's like, I think people say, like, for example, you have a person who can't speak, right? And then there's three people looking at that person who can't speak. One is trauma scientists say, oh, he's traumatized. One is neuroscientists say that his neurons are like mirror neurons are degraded. Another one, like genetics or something, or evolutionary biologist, and he look at that person and says, okay, maybe it's genetics. Developmental psych, he looks at that person and says that in the developmental period he is like, influenced a lot to not speak or something, or maybe the culture around him was that way. So now you have four people, four with four different theories, looking at the same thing, predicting different outcomes, and this is now the perspective is everything. No, the data they were given prior matters a lot more. That's exactly what happens in here with the machine too. Like, the prior data matters a lot of time, which determines the probability of what will happen next. So the prior data you've given determine the probability what you're gonna predict in the future. So if the prior data consists of trauma psychology, if the prior data consists of system thinking, if the prior data consists of betrayal, whatever the thing is, yeah, if you're an average person who's been betrayed a lot of time, and they'll say, oh, he go mute because you've been betrayed, and I've been betrayed, and I know the feeling, and something like this. So whatever the data you're coming from, right, the point, whatever the patterns for recognition and compression you've actually built, and whatever you're coming for, the outcome or the understanding of whatever you're seeing would be different. So your ways of reading uncertainty about that thing would be different, marginally different compared to other people or something. Depends on the prior data you've been exposed and what kind of model it built and priors you expect.
Is a branch of mathematics that studies how to make the optimal strategic choice under uncertainty to win a game, starting with in two-player zero-sum games like chess or the Cold War. And it was formalized kind of in the World War II era. Thinkers, those two together, because so much of how our economic system works is based on the same concepts. Game theory has been happening forever. It wasn't called game theory, it was just called strategy, right? It's just we hadn't been able to apply some of the tools of math and computation that were able to be applied at that time. But if you're reading Sun Tzu or you're reading Machiavelli or you're reading any kind of general discussing military strategy, they're basically talking about how do you win a rivalrous game where you don't know what the opponent is doing. Where obviously, depending upon what they're doing, some moves would be great moves, some moves would be terrible moves. Obviously, this is chess, this is any kind of game dynamic like that. The most famous first study in game theory that many people have heard of is the prisoner's dilemma. And I won't describe the prisoner's dilemma in detail here. People can check it out online. But the idea is you and a buddy are both in jail, you're both being investigated, you're both being given a plea type option. If you both
And yeah, so like the idea is simple. It's like, okay, idea is simple. So like you have two options. Like if both of you confess, the both of you are like for five years. If one of you confess and another one you remain silent, you kind of like get out and you get free. Right. So it's just pretty much that. If like, yeah, if you remain silent, like for example, you'll be 20 years, they will leave, right? And yeah, so this is like pretty much like, yeah, so whoever the confesses wins. And the chances are in most of the cases, like, you know, if both of you remain silent, both of you just get 1 year. But if you say, if I take confess, let's say for example, they take confess as two cases. Right, so if both of you confess, both of you, but in two cases, if you let's say for example, you confess here, you come out, and yeah, so you come out. This is one quick situations where you come out, and in this case, they confess, and then you're in for 20 years. So it's like both of you are 20 years. So 20 years is the worst thing you don't want, and not to avoid that, you do not have to confess, right? And then they're like for probability cases, you have just two options: confess or remain silent on the basis of what other person is going to do. If other person confesses, you're fucked in that situation. If other person remains silent, it's good for both of you. If like, yeah, this is the both choice. But if he confesses, you are fucked. If you remain silent, then both of you. Yeah. So now you have the choice. When he confesses, if you confess, right, if both of you confess, you'll just be there for 5 years, right? And if you confess, you leave. In both of the cases, confession gives you a better chances. The only case it doesn't give a good chance is like when he remains silent. But the thing is, if he remains silent, you win. If he confess, you lose, right? So if he remains silent and you confess, you win. And if he so yeah, it's simple. It's simple. Let me just draw. Like, yeah, so there's confess and there's remain silent, RS, right? So if you confess and if he remains silent, you win, right? If he confess and if he confess and you remain silent, for example, you lose catastrophically. So in both cases, if you confess, right, if both of you confesses, the both of you just stays for 5 years. So that's why confession gives you win, because you would probably avoid this. If both of you remain silent, he can remain silent. But why you want to choose this 1 year? When he remains silent, you can just pretty much confess and get out of the stuff, right? And this allows, so if you remain silent, you get way much better by confessing. And if you like, yeah, so if you remain silent and he confess, you're fucked, right? So it's like the best position is to confess and betray him, something like that, right? But if you do not know prisoner's dilemma, you would not understand, kind of like, yeah, but you can look at the screen in order to get out in 0 years. So in both of the cases, confession leads to victory. In both of the cases, that's why you must confess. Betrayal leads to victory, or something like that.
kind of ratting each other out, it's the best solution for both of you. But if the other guy rats you out and you don't, it's the worst solution for you personally. And if you end up ratting on the other guy and he doesn't, it's less bad for you than if you both kind of keep the dynamic. And so what is found out is that under the uncertainty where you don't know what the other guy's going to do,
It's better to confess.
is to assume the worst and move into a position of kind of maximum can imagine in situations of warfare, if you don't know how much armament the other guy has, you don't know how aggressive their interests are, you want to assume the worst case scenario and try to plan to be able to win under the worst case scenario, which ends up meaning, and the other guy is doing the same thing. If, let's say, they're offering an agreement, but you know they might defect on their agreement, which happens all the time, right? Stalin and Hitler were participating when it was serving both of their interests, and then Hitler defects on Stalin when it's not.
Oh, I'm connected to the wrong internet. Wait a sec. I'll just switch in a sec. What are you doing?
Game theory, there's something called a coordination game, which is you actually don't compete against someone. You coordinate with them when it's in your interest to coordinate, but then you reserve the right to defect on them when that's in your interest. Not just in military situations, you see that in, say, class dynamics. The upper class might all coordinate with each other with regard to tax policies for the upper class, while simultaneously competing for who has positions of maximum power within that class. A whole industry, like, say, the AI sector or oil, might coordinate with each other for getting the regulations they want for the sector, while then all competing for who has the most market share. So, under a game theoretic scenario, there is no such thing as allies for real. There is no such thing as like friends or loyalty. There's frenemies at best. And the frenemy scenario is, as long as we have shared interests, I can expect a certain degree of cooperation. As soon as we don't have shared interests, I can expect defection. So we're continuously planning for selfishness and defection. And that takes up also a huge amount of bandwidth. This ends up explaining a tremendous amount about how the world works, militarily, economically, politically, diplomatically, where we're making an agreement while assuming the other guy will defect, while they are assuming we will defect. We're trying to figure out how to spy on their defection while being able to confuse their spies, and those types of dynamics are a huge amount of the coordination failures of the world. And there are some things that game theory and game theoretic thinking, even before it was formalized in math, the formalization of it just made it much more powerful and much more ubiquitous. And now you can run it on computers and run it on AI. So we can see AI being able to run those types of models beats humans at chess, beats humans at Go, beats humans at StarCraft, now is increasingly beating humans at more generalized things like, obviously, trading, economic trading, and even comprehensive war planning and targeting of missiles and all those things. So one type of game theoretic scenario that defines a lot of properties of the world is if there are a number of players, number of actors, let's call it tribes or countries or companies or whatever, and one of them does something that provides a lot of near-term advantage for them. It might be doing something particularly destructive, like, say, let's take an early kind of tribal analogy. Rather than only taking what they need from nature, they're starting to cut down a lot more timber to be able to create surplus. And you have a scenario where they can then use that surplus in different ways to be able to win at tribal warfare. So now you take the other tribes. If they don't do the same thing, it doesn't protect the forest because the other guy's going to cut down the forest anyways. And if they don't do the same thing, they might not even be able to protect their people. And so now, even if they didn't want to, they have to race to cut down the forest faster just for their own need to survive. And so you get this scenario where there's kind of a race to exploit the commons. And whether that's fishing or hunting or,
Yeah, this is calling about the system tragedy from Donella. Fuck, literally links back to that.
from the environment, oil. So you have a situation called the tragedy of the commons, which is a kind of social trap, is one of the terms, or multipolar trap, where
Tragedy of commas originated from thinking systems, I suppose. That's where he's coming from, or maybe from Jay or something. Like, what was the name? Jay Forrester or something. Maybe he's read those stuff too, man. I can just look at the background. I can just know this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. He also has Sapiens. He also has a lot of the books I don't even know a shit about or something. I mean, this screenshot owns a lot of books, I suppose. Let me just take a screenshot of this guy and ask ChatGPT, like, what do you think he knows or what do you think he doesn't know? In fact, like, this guy talking about game theory pretty much says that he knows, and especially he talks about uncertainty. As soon as he said the one uncertainty, I just know if someone thinks in terms of like brain reducing uncertainty, where things are uncertain, like, yeah. you don't know what's gonna happen next. Like, let me just ask my randomness and tail risk. Interviews and not fooling yourself. Experiment, okay. Okay, the guy you actually recommend me the video. So this is like a photo from him, and I can just pretty much like, can you analyze what kind of books there are in the background and tell me what this like, because the thing is like, ChatGPT, you don't have nuances, right? There's lots of books that you actually recommend, but it's like you kind of like get to towards like common ones, and it's hard for you to find new books for me because it's like, the data that you have is biased as long as I don't specifically mention a book, and then you were like, oh yeah, that book is awesome or something like that. So I think what I thought, I could cheat that system by actually giving you a photo of people. I've read a lot of great books and can create a list and then ask you from that list rather than asking you to come up with a book, which is, of course, whatever the book you're going to come up with is going to be slightly biased because of the prior information about the social media and stuff like that, which you actually receive, like, yeah, on the data set you've been trained on, which causes a problem, right? So yeah.
Everyone is racing to do makes the worst possible world for everyone, but nobody can stop it because if anyone stops, it's so much worse for them in the short term, and they can't assure that the other guy's not going to do it.
So you expect betrayal, popularity bias, the internet.
And so the idea that because they are doing it, we have to, you end up having a world that nobody wants, but nobody feels they can choose otherwise. And this is such a deep thing to understand because, like, let's say you take any of the major environmental issues of the time. I'm going to take climate change because probably most of your listeners think that's a thing. For those who don't, you can apply it to species extinction or chemical pollution or any of these issues. Literally nobody actually wants climate change. Like, there's no one for whom climate change is their strategic objective. And yet, and the whole world actually, in terms of the G20, the United Nations, all of the major countries of the world have acknowledged climate change is a major issue. We all want to stop it. There's $1 trillion in climate related funding happening every year. There's the IPCC having huge supercomputers supported by NASA and NOAA. There's international agreements. And yet, every single year, we use more fossil fuels than the year before. All of the renewables, all of the solar, all of the everything, we haven't even slowed the rate of increase of fossil fuel use. And so we obviously don't know how to stop climate change. Everybody thinks that it's a particularly bad thing. The UN estimates that about 1 billion refugees from extreme weather events and climate change will happen in the next decade. And the world has no way to deal with 1 billion refugees. And so we can't stop it, and yet nobody wants it. What they want is energy for every other purpose, and that's one of the side effects of it. And no one feels that they could price energy properly or be able to consume less because, let's say, the US priced energy properly, meaning it right now we price oil as how much it costs us to extract it from the ground plus a tiny margin, not what it took nature to make or what it would take for us to clean up the environmental effects. So obviously most of the costs are externalized to the environment. if we were to start to try to price it more properly so that you could produce it in a way that didn't have the negative environmental effects, but say China didn't, then they would have more margins than us. They would beat us. That's the multipolar trap. And the same happens in arms races. The advancement of military tech. If they're making AI drone weapons, and the AI drone weapon is going to comprehensively outperform the weapons that are run by humans, then we have to make AI drone weapons. And if we don't know exactly what type they're making, we have to assume we have to spy on them, obviously, and we have to run counter intel on their spies. But we also have to assume that they're making all of the worst possible ones plus defenses and try to get comprehensive advantage, allocate larger and larger military budgets. And you get a world in which there is increasing destructive power with nuclear weapons, cyber weapons, hypersonic delivery of nuclear weapons, drone weapons, etc. And again, literally nobody wants to live in the world with AI drone weapons, but also no one feels that they can stop it. And so this multiplayer game theoretic dilemma where under uncertainty you assume the worst case scenario, you race ahead. The net result is this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy is the other guy it does do that thing whether he was going to or not because he thinks you're going to, and you're saying the only reason you are is because you think they are. And the world you end up getting is maximum environmental destruction, maximum weapons, maximum distrust, etc.
Yeah, that was kind of informative video. I wouldn't say the most informative video, but yeah. Big Think is actually a good YouTube channel. I think this kind of like hits the nail in the head about strategies of commerce, and especially about tribal. It's like, yeah, about competition and how you have to do what the competition is doing. So if someone is decreasing the price or the margins, then you must also decrease the price and the margins, and then someone else would, like, because they want an edge, they also, again, it's like, yeah, this happens in competition too. It just escalates. Like reinforcing feedback loops appears here catastrophically well.
Cylinder is a very simple three-dimensional object, but imagine that we have two-dimensional creatures trying to make sense of a cylinder. It's like the flatland conversation. So two-dimensional creature intersects the cylinder this way, and they see a circle. And in a two-dimensional world, circle is a very clear object, makes perfect sense. They can describe the mathematics of it, and they can verify that empirically they really did see a circle. Of course, a two-dimensional creature that happens to be in another plane could bisect the cylinder like this and see a rectangle. And they could be very clear on that also, and they're both partially true, but they're also both totally wrong in that rectangle and circle are both two-dimensional objects, and the thing they're encountering is a three-dimensional object that actually can't be understood in the dimensionality that they're in. So then we can see that a debate ensues between the two-dimensional creatures in orthogonal planes, the circlers and the rectanglers, who are both utterly sure that the thing that they're seeing is what they think it is. And obviously rectangle and circle are mutually exclusive descriptions of reality. One has no corners and straight lines. One is defined exclusively by corners and straight lines. So it's easy to see how one can hold a kind of reductive, fundamentalist perspective without even thinking that it is that. It's just what I'm observing. And so then they can debate. Let's imagine that one of the two-dimensional creatures was able to switch planes and see the other one and see that there was some truth in both of them. Then they could flip-flop between perspectives at different times. Or they could say we just need to hold paradox. It's both and neither, which mostly means give up on the sense of reality. Or they say it's a middle path, somewhere between the two. And a middle path in two dimensions is like a rounded rectangle where you can do something that's a little bit circlish and a little bit rectanglish, which isn't even any true part of what a cylinder is. And the thing is that they're just at too low of a dimensional perspective to properly understand the nature of cylinder, which is actually a very simple thing. It doesn't require holding paradox. It doesn't require a middle path in that way. And it's because when we think of middle path, oftentimes we're thinking of extremes on left or right in a gradient. But sometimes the two different perspectives aren't on a gradient on a single axis. They're orthogonal to each other. And the reason why this is kind of actually an interesting example is because perception itself, a perspective on something defined by perception, is inherently a reduction of the information of the thing. My perspective of it is going to be a lot less
Yeah, I get that part.
total information than the actual.
Doesn't reduce any uncertainty, just the same thing I know.
So I can look at it, I can look at the object from the east side or the west side or the top or the north side or the inside, microscopically, telescopically, they'll all give me different information. None will give me the entirety of the information about the situation. And so there is no all-encompassing perspective that gives me all of the information about really almost any situation. And so what this means is that reality itself is transperspectival. It can't be captured in any perspective. So multiple perspectives have to be taken, all of which will have some part of the reality, some signal. There may also be distortion. I may be looking at the thing through a fisheye lens or through a colored lens that creates some distortion. But then, like, let's say I'm looking at a building, and the picture, the 2D picture from the east side and from the west side and from inside a particular room in the aerial view are all obviously very different pictures. And it's because the 3D complex building actually can't be seen in 2D process. So I could take a lot of pictures and I could seam them together into a kind of video that moves through the building. Now, by having a video, I added the dimension of time and I got back to kind of the right dimensionality.
It's more about what data you're getting and what kind of patterns you're trying to achieve from that data. It's more about that, right? It's like they kind of like sophisticate a lot. I think the thing is like, yeah, these insights feels profound, but these mean like a lot of insight feels profound, but they don't mean shit in the long run. I mean, suppose like there are a lot of information about how many like universe is oh so big, and we are just like an insect or something. In fact, I'm not saying this is bad. Actually, this video is like really good, though. I'm not gonna deny that. What this guy is saying about the like the bias in information that happens from the different positional that you are in a state space is like, yeah, different position leads to different understanding of different things in a different way because of like conditions and circumstances, which leads to different prediction and entirely different outcomes and stuff like that. And there are a lot of processes that are influencing all of the data collection or something. So, and creating biases, and then prior information chambers that you were part of, and like what those things causes a lot of prediction errors too, and stuff like that. I mean, so it's like the prior data you had, whether you were religious or something, and the next data that came into the stream was like, let's say, trauma psychology, and then you start thinking, okay, trauma happens and things like that. So why the God created suffering so much by human that they have traumas and stuff like that? That was to test the people. But then again, like, why are we even connecting trauma and religion together? Right. I mean, they're entirely different perspective, entirely different things about entirely different stuff. But we are still connecting them because the data is trying to like the brain is constantly trying to find the similarities between the data. This is the problem: is that it doesn't say, okay, this is one model of reality, this is another, but no, it's just a reduction engine that it's constantly trying to reason city about all the variable different things about such as life, about world life, blah blah blah. But it's like it's trying to make connection, and this is why it's generative. Like we have a generative model of reality, so it's like, oh yeah, I need to get that first. Like, yeah, the next book we are gonna getting is like Andy Khan Surfing in Sydney, by the way, if you don't know about that, and we are gonna complete a lot part of this book today, I suppose. But yeah,
To be able to understand the thing, but that's not a perspective. That's a lot of perspectives that we're able
I
to
think
take.
I will be able to recover from the energy deficit after like getting my lunch or something. So
Why does this matter? Well, when we're looking at political processes and we think about classically political left,
all right, yeah, what happens is like you have different stream sources of information about different stuff, and then already different perspective that build those, and then you have like a replication of that information that spreads through different noise and chambers like that, and some kind of information persists, and that kind of like change bias perspective. All that happens. That's kind of common. The same thing goes for the businesses that I'm building. I'm kind of like understanding from ChatGPT's perspective of how, like, try to find out the mode, try to find out the pain, and how these businesses actually become $1 million or something. That's coming from an AI that's kind of like trying to find out information using the heuristics or signals I'm giving out or something. So that's another thing. So that's not some absolute information, but there is no such thing as absolute information or correct information. There's just heuristics or like like predictability that allows you to reduce uncertainty efficiently in the long run or something, because you believe like, yeah, but there's no absolute predictability because system dynamics are always simultaneously changing, and the very concept that there's no absolute predictability in itself is some sort of certainty about the world itself, right? Because like, yeah, so at least like, yeah, from all the data streams that you're getting, you're simply saying like, okay, from all that I've understood, I can pretty much efficiently say that from all the data I've achieved. Like, for example, do you remember that guy like from the where was it, like, yeah, from the all the data, like, yeah, where is it here, here, wait a sec. Yeah,
Row encodes left, and 1 1
So
This makes it very easy for the robot to decode.
yeah, so it's like from all the information I've received over time, it's like, okay, so from all the information I'm receiving over time, I'm making prediction about the world and its future states or something like that. Like I think that was in the introduction or something. Yeah, here it is. So from all the information that my brain is receiving, I'm trying to create patterns out of it. So I'm kind of like, yeah, like okay, first of all, like talk about compression is like how you can reduce information, but that's not the point. The point is like the data is coming through your lenses or something, and you know the data is coming, and then you know that this is just a heuristic deviance into that, and that kind of like gives you like a more maneuverability and the more optionality, because you know that all the thing you should believe in is because probably coming because of the information, and then you choose the different sections of information. So it's more about choosing where the information is even coming from, but the brain cannot. All right, so that's about like how things function, I suppose. Like yeah, the name, number, context, parameters. So think about the basic stock and flow pattern. Shrink sort of like yeah, it increases. People pay for solving our solution of the pain, to solve the pain for them. Right, that is what I think, or that is one of the biggest heuristics I have when it comes to businesses or something, right? Mm-hmm. But then again, that is just a heuristic that I built over time
that have more
from the information that I've achieved from different kind of thing. Yeah, there's noise, there's spotting a pattern, there's like building a prediction rule, and reality. Reality which match. If the reality doesn't matches up, then it creates intense amount of like what do you call uncertainty or something. This is kind of like one thing you don't want, right? So urban dynamic, I suppose. Yeah. With the panel, the framework, and no matter which party is in charge, the many hole has been deepening for years now, just at different rates of the ABB, the government's parameters and will equality to ensure some sense of funds and some flow of the money. Annual quantity. Ah, I see. This is what she needs. Like, yeah, thinking about the basic stock and flow. So, what you're doing, number constant parameters such as up to these section standards, you're using them and to ensure some standing stock or forest, some flow of money or logging companies it is allowed. It sets allowed annual cuts cooperation adjust parameters such as wage rates and product price and the level and the profit bar. The minimum wage, how much we spend on age research, or all of these are parameters just meant to factors. Yeah, to come and flow. So by the way, in that it's a different hands. Like yeah, so this is like the least leverage point, I guess. And then facets may change the rate at which facets turn. But if they are old facets from the old same system turning according to same info in gold, their system behavior isn't gonna change. But this is exactly what she's not what she is, but what the idea is. Like it's never gonna help much. What did I even highlight it? So if no matter how much you change the fact that the change of system behavior is not going to change much, because like yeah, even if you change the people who are actually controlling education system, oh yeah, you can't change like the people who are actually in control of education system because they can actually create systems and circumstances or something. But you get the gist. I just don't know, man. Like if I check, I mean, I'm trying to test the chairs. I don't know the chairs, what? And I can feel like there's slight bias, and bias creates more bias, which creates more bias. But for some reason, the chair is fixed compared to the past. Man, fuck chair, fuck my chair. I definitely need a new chair, man. The flows would become much more of a difference, but I'm getting ahead of myself on the list. Number, the size of the flows are the last on the list of powerful. Yep. Yeah, but there's not a lot of leverage. Yeah, that's why we always focus on parameters where they lead to no leverage. So this is what she was saying. How absolutely true. Especially in a short term to be who's like yeah, but I do realize that this book is not increasing or producing much more uncertainty at this point. I need to be in a state of surprise, in a highly surprised state. deeply about such variable and toxic, and the minimum wages, no five fears battle with them. These variable ratings change the behavior of national economy. It doesn't slow down. That's like, yeah, whatever Cap put in the government could be, it doesn't clean up the politics. Down after decades of strict evolution stand in the world, a lot is less dirty, but isn't clean, spending more. Since I'm about to get into some example, is Donella alive? Like, I want to know. Oh, fuck. Is Donella alive? She's a female, not alive. She was an environmental scientist known for her sustain. Yeah, and this. Oh yeah, till the date of that, she was kind of ugly, but she was really beautiful in the young years. I've seen her giving a lecture or something. Who's the fuck she is though? I guess there's so many Donella and yeah, I think she never left that much big of a influence from her work. But I like yeah, you can pretty much see like yeah, there are some. But yeah, she was still obsessed with information though. Like oh sorry, system and system dynamics. That doesn't solve anything. Like system dynamics are not absolute. It's about the more about also about the straight transitions and why those straight transitions also appear. How do systems regulate themselves? I suppose, and the complexity just explodes. But then again, like yeah, her research book is like give a lot real leverage. Can't deny that. That's the reason I'm reading. Let me kick the big caveat. Parameters become leverage points when they do items higher on the list. The interest rates, for example, in the reinforcing system goals of parameters they can make big critical numbers. The size of stabilizing stocks relative to their flows. Think about a small one with very fast flows. And a river. You hear a catastrophic river floods. Lake floods because stocks that are big relative to their flows. What's a big stabilizing stock is known as suffer. Yeah, the bigger the muscle are. So, for example, it's everywhere. The more like the bigger stocks have more redundancy. So, for example, the more the monitor there is, the each monitor has some less stress and less working to do, so it doesn't actually get older or something. But I mean, I only have one laptop, so it's like it's only one stock, and I'm not actually but the more the RAM the laptop has, the easier it gets on for it to work longer and efficiently or something because it's not over exploiting the same RAM that it has again and again for years. So for example, and same goes for the muscle. I just wanted to flex my muscle honestly, like literally nothing else, but just wanted to give an example. The more you have here, the higher the buffer is. That means even if I let's say don't actually train for 1 month, it's not gonna just get vanished, but I don't think that it's gonna decrease because like yeah, muscles degrade over time. Same goes for the bone density, same goes for the amount of like yeah, so the more different sources of protein you have, like the bigger stock of consumption, the easier it gets for you to get or hit your daily protein, I suppose. But it's why you keep the bank and the money rather than living from the flow of change through your pocket. I store so instead of calling for new stock just as the customer carry the old stock out the door. It's why we maintain more than the minimum bleeding of in soils in the eastern United States are more sensitive to acid rain because they haven't got big buffers of calcium to neutralize the acid. Okay, buffers. You can often stabilize the system by increasing the capacity of the buffer. But if the buffer is too big, the system gets inflexible. If it reacts too slowly and big buffers of some sort, the water uncertainty cost a lot to build or maintain. Businesses invested just in time inventories because ability to fluctuations or screw up it is cheaper for them anyway than certain tree costs, and because small to vanishing inventories allow more flexibility to respond to shifting demands. Shifting demands. Yeah, that's why they don't buy 100 products. These leverage sometimes. There's leverage sometimes magical in changing the size of the buffer, but the buffer are usually okay. I don't know what I'm hiding. Okay, Dell got that highlighted accidentally. For usually physical entities, not easy to change. The acid of each tensile is not a leverage point of elevating tensile damage. The storage capacity for damage literally cast in concrete, so I haven't put buffers very high on the list of leverage point. Yeah, so buffers are to some degree does lead, but then again, yeah, she's right. This mic is like one, but I have another mic actually, so that act as a buffer is like how much stock do you have? But then again, yeah. Okay, that was just a big yawn. Okay, that was such a talking physical systems and the nodes of intersection, the public structure. I think I need to go for the food now. I'll come back in half an hour. I think we do have the energy back to actually start reading, and I've been reading for 10 minutes, but I didn't start it to open up my timer or something. We'll read for about 1 hour. I mean, yeah, we have done actually a lot of studies. It wasn't like we were just procrastinating. We were thinking about something, getting some information, did some revision. But then again, we didn't actually read with the word. So I'll come back in 1 hour or something, and then we'll keep on reading until I have my time to go to gym or something. So at least we'll get about 2 hours of studying and 1 or 2 hours of basic random doing nothing. But yeah, so that hits 4 hours of studying in a day, right? It doesn't actually, but you get the gist. I'll come back in an hour or something. some iterations, like some meaningful iterations. And yeah, you can see like, okay, let me just hide that wire for some reason, because wire doesn't look good or something like on the setup, right? So don't worry. I mean, like, this is just like a temporary setup of the wires that I've done, right? Because like it was giving or really blocking a lot of like how should I say, a lot of positioning, right? And now it's so much easier to just speak because it's like closer to my fucking mouth or something, right? I can just have it something like this, so it's like really close. So even if I like kind of like set the gains to like a little low, it's just gonna hear my voice pretty efficiently, which is gonna be really good for you because it's just literally in front of my face or something. But now I almost say that okay, this boom arm will move from here to here, right? And and a lot of things would change about the boom arm and specifically about the entire thing, right? So I mean, because once I got like 1 and 2 monitor here and here, and oh my gosh, my setup is finally gonna get more. How should I say? Like um like a more awesome as the time goes by or something, right? So yeah, it's definitely gonna get more awesome, I suppose, right? So just put it down here. Right. So our setup is gonna get increasingly more beautiful as the time goes by and more simple. I won't say it's gonna get more complicated or anything per that, but it's like too in front of my mouth right now, right? So something like this would do it perfectly or something, right? Something like this is the perfect design, I suppose. So as for what I was saying, yeah, this is it. So our startup is gonna get better and better over time though. That is literally what I was saying. Sorry, not startup, my setup. Which will, yeah, make my startup better too. I mean, there are a couple things. I don't need the shit here anymore, so I will just take it, put it somewhere else. And what do I don't need? I mean, okay, yeah, my camera angle may get worse though. Who knows? But I mean, I would be able to have my camera there, or maybe here, or maybe I don't know here. But yeah, I am gonna keep it like a little tera, right? What they call it, like a little like this, which is I think the perfect camera angle because not the front, it's gonna give the back, but yeah, so yeah, it's gonna get better, guys, as more time passes by. Our everything is gonna get better. Like the setup is gonna get better, my health is gonna get better, my food or diet is gonna get better over time. Just stick around for the decade to end, and trust me, we would be the one who would win by the end of the decade or something. Because I think once I have two more monitors, reach runaway. Like yeah, I just need more computation. That means I would need a better RAM, so I would like get 2 RAM, like yeah, or maybe 1 RAM of 32 GB or something. If this laptop supports that or something, like yeah, and get the old lamp out of the picture or something, or maybe just sell it off to someone, I suppose. Right, because like, what's that gonna do? And since RAM prices are rising, the resale value would be higher. So what we would be doing is like we would be increasing like the laptop's computation RAM. So rather than improving the laptop's work or something, we would be just doing that. So now we can do more multitask. And as for the graphic card, I told you, right, it's pretty much efficient. Like as for everything that this laptop, I think we can actually run it for the next 6-7 years if you just improve the RAM. Literally, like yeah, when it comes to coding and stuff like that. So like the RAM is the only bottleneck that I feel with this. Like there's 8 gigs of RAM. I think if we resell them, if they are resellable, then and then we get the about 10 gigs of RAM or something, right? 10 or something. Sorry, not 10, 12, 12, 24 maybe, or maybe 16, 16, 32. Like yeah, let's go for 16. I think that would be just more than enough for me to end the decade on this laptop. I'm not kidding at this point, right? So yeah. Because this laptop already has a graphic card, which I think one day, if I develop something higher, it's gonna get used. But most of the time, it's just gonna be sitting there, never gonna be used, right? That's why RAM is the only thing that's gonna be used. So that's why it's better to buy RAM. And once I have my own money, I can buy my own laptop without any like yeah. So I want to reach runaway. Like I want to build a setup that doesn't destroy or have any bottleneck for the next 3 or 4 years, because that will be the time when I don't want any disturbances and I want to make real money or something. And I think my setup is already close to that. I think I can survive 3 or 4 years without upgrading any little part from the headphones to everything. And with the noise canceling too, how can I forget that? I literally had noise canceling. I wasn't using it. It's so silent after noise cancellation. It's so silent. And especially on the top of that, if you add the noise thing, my noise and stuff like that. Let me just lock the door, by the way. I really hate when someone comes to my room. Right. Without knocking, I suppose. And when you have like these air scooter, I just like Distant Thunder. Calms my fucking soul down. Time to get back to work, ladies and gentlemen, I suppose. Yeah, that kind of feels nice to speak a lot less than it's needed or something, right? So, yeah, we need to get back to our works. Our work or something. Yeah, we need to get back to our work and our, like, yeah, everything, I suppose. Yep. So, we have a, per se, I don't know, but we have what they call, yeah, predictive model improvement. We did ask for that from Gemini or something, yeah. To be honest, I can't wait. Like the couple of stuff is gonna come like day after tomorrow, but I'm just gonna get my monitor like ordered tonight, so they come back in 2 days or be reached by the yeah in 2 days. So on Monday, essentially, we would have our entire setup done. On Monday, I suppose. On Monday, yeah, that would be pretty awesome, I suppose. Okay, it's afternoon fog, I suppose. I don't need to worry about it. Yeah. By the time it's Monday, or at best, if it's not Monday, Tuesday, I'm gonna rebuild, not rebuild, but get the entire setup into a new picture, man. I just like, yeah, this would be a new step because it's kind of messy. There's wire here and there. I think those wires are gonna go away. A lot of wires. I know everything that would be left would be just a beautiful premium looking stuff. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but you got the gist. So there's gonna be a 27-inch monitor here. There's gonna be a 24-inch monitor here, 24-inch monitor there. Oh my gosh! Now that I think about it, I don't know. Damn, that must be like a really beautiful, I suppose, like a design or something. Hmm. And then it's gonna get slightly shifted there, and then it's gonna get slightly there. Right, and both of them would be in the middle, so that would be somewhere there, and that would be somewhere there, and then like the stand, of course. And I'm just gonna increase its height to the top or something because then I would have no choice. But if yeah, this angle is kind of the perfect angle, but then we have to compromise with the angles too, I suppose, which is not a big deal. But you get the gist. All right. Or I can do a really insane thing and get a monitor up here. All right, a monitor up there. So rather than there, the camera angle would never be sacrificed. In fact, the monitor would be at the top. That would make me look something like this or something. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. But let's just see how it goes, honestly. Let's just see how it goes. Yeah, and I think that would actually give me the ability for like my ChatGPT information to just flow. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So this would be the reading side. This would be like the main work, and this would be the side work. This would be the streaming. So I'm kind of like, yeah, man, that would be really, really awesome. Yeah. Okay. Building all this, learning all this, going to gym every day, working out, like yeah, all of that is really, really awesome at this point. I'm not gonna lie. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a lot of noise in the background because of construction, but not a lot of noise. Like just slight noise. The pumping structures, the stock flow, and their physical arrangement can have an enormous impact on how the system operates. Just plain. Cause pressure on elementary school systems, then high schools, then colleges. It's retirement. Not much we can do about it because same can be said for the lifetime of destructive CFC molecules and ozone layer. Washed out of aquifers for the fact that in 10 to 20 years to turn over. Physical structure is circular. Early average point. Simple the average point is in prior design in the first place. It's understanding its limitations and bottleneck. Infrastructure is actually that strains its capacity. But yeah, this talks about buffers, right? We were on stock flows and structure physics. Inflows and outflow, but I think buffers, but like Lamar I don't know why she put the buffers relatively low down the right, like yeah, and parameters is like yeah, you can use parameters to keep track of certain specific things and like yeah, but then again, I get why buffers were above parameters. Physical system and their nodes of intersection, yeah, or stock and flow operate, but yeah, you can change technically a lot of things if you can change their stock and flow, right? So if there is no stock, you can increase and change the flow of it or something, right? Time relative to the states of system delays. Yeah, dealing with a critical determinants of system behavior. Yeah, it takes time for the outputs to come back as inputs. Yeah, there are common causes of oscillation if you are trying to adjust the stock to meet your goal, but you receive only delayed information about the stack of the stock as and you'll overshot and dishon your goal. Ah, yeah. The electric power right likely last 30 years. Those delays make it impossible to exactly the right number of power processors apply rapidly to demand for indices. Mathematics as forecasting almost every electric engine in the world experience long oscillation between overcapacity and undercapacity. Yeah, because it's highly likely to predict the demand. A system just can't respond to short-term changes, term delays. That's why massive central planning systems such as Soviet would necessarily function poorly. Because we know they are important, we see delays wherever we look. In a time when Napoleon is dumb. Child is ready to have a channel of the delay between the first successful test of a new technology. And the technology installed throughout the economy, or the time it takes for the price to adjust. The delay, there's delays everywhere, right? Like for example, the RAM's going out right now, like the body building up, like the intelligence rising. There's a lot of delays in everywhere, right? And it takes time, but you start to expect that you should get an outcome right now rather than thinking long term. Let's say, okay, what I'm gonna get in a year. You start thinking, how do I get something in a day? And that's not how beneficial it is, right? And delays are worth the time as long as you're doing something that is good or something that compounds or stack over time. If you're writing a manuals or a web novel, of course you're not gonna get much ahead in life, right? But yeah, once again, writing addictive books is kind of addictive too. But the main part is like, you can keep on writing more and more stories and stuff like that, which is addictive to the masses. But the main thing is like, how should I say? It's like, yeah. Now that I think about it, man. I mean, but the web novels. I've read them for a long time in the past, so I know a lot about them. They fucking ruin the brain. Oh my gosh, not ruin. They kind of like continuously provide this addiction of getting power, control, progression. In life, you hardly see progression like that. Those progressive systems, the manual great humans love progression. I mean, you want to know when, like, when you look back, you think, oh, I started from grade one and now I'm now at grade 12, like that progression system, right? You say, and when that progression system happens in a minute to like hours, and when you see someone going from a newbie to a pro, that's just like a insane cocaine drug or something, right? Like, yeah, the advancement they made, the goals they achieved, things they get or something, feels so fucking addictively awesome. I suppose you get what I mean, right, guys? I mean, in life, often or not, like a lot of time, okay, this positioning is kind of really dangerous for my system, which would be changed by Saturday morning or Sunday or something like that. Now there's delays, right? There's delays in stock change. So I have already ordered half of the stuff. Tonight I'll order the remaining stuff, with my dad or something. Well, with both of us sitting side by side because, yeah, so there's delays, right? And sometimes it takes capital to know if something works or not. That's why you're gonna go for the reviews. If the reviews of something is good, you can pretty much know that a masses actually like the product and the reviews of something. That's why I kind of like trust reviews because but take times for the bad product to have a bad, like, that's why, or like a bad reputation, or a good product to have really good reputation. That delay also matters. And reputation, every state transition, kind of like feedback as a delay, right? And like, it takes time for the feedback to accumulate. And oh yeah, because in complex system, delays are inevitable, right? There are too short cause overreaction. Damn, sustain or exploding escalation revenue. Mm-hmm. Hmm. It's usually easier to slow down the changer. Yeah. Free markets to speed up the rate of adjustments, but the wall concrete manufacturer of its working technology can face of new viruses or new ideas, and prices and ideas don't change instantly either. More leverage in slowing the system down so technology and prices can keep up. Then there is wishing that delays would go away. Your system that can be changed. That's why AIs are causing a lot more. Maybe in the future, there's a there's always a delay. Maybe AIs are undervalued right now, or maybe they're overvalued. And the delay, as the more time accumulates, we would know that how much valuable they are from there. Some people may think they're extremely valuable. Some people think they're not as valuable as other people think. All right, and so it's like you would have either very expensive AIs or like, yeah, so that's like delay there too, like price adjustments because there's only so fast that the price can adjust or something. All right, especially if you are building something that is new to the market or something. That means same happens with the software industry. Yeah, man, the best part about software industry is you can pretty much forget about the hardware, the manufacturing, and the stuff like that. Just one person, one control, and you can have like such a big, a great product that millions of people can use. I think that's great in itself, right? And I think accumulation takes like the feedback loops that you're plugging into also creates a major part, I suppose, of everything. Mm. Delays. Like, yeah, oh my gosh, now that I think about it, all the systems I've built, all the things that I'm trying to learn, and all the books I've read, and the more the books that I'm gonna read, all the like, yeah, there's massive delays in everything I've done. That's why I'm pretty much outshined by the society, and a lot of people don't really get that the things that I'm reading or the work that I'm working upon is kind of like taking a lot of delays, and it takes time for them to adapt or update the predictive model. And like, yeah, they update the model on the basis of parameters, but parameters, like Donella says, literally tell you nothing about the struggle, what person did, what they faced, nothing at all. It just gives you, but they update nonetheless, which is a good thing. But then again, yeah, they update too late, I suppose, majority of the time. But if there is a delay in your system that can be changing, it can have big effects. Watch out. Push to reduce information and money transfer delays in finance. It's just us. Gyrations, what is that? Control C. I think that's what happens with Elon too. Like, he built a lot of things, or a lot of company invest in a lot of things that will actually have a lot of value in the future, because he knew, like, circle, spiral, avoiding motion. Okay. If there is delays in a system that can be changing, it can have big effects. Watch out, be sure. The great push to reduce information on money transfer. Sync feedback. Slow down. Is there any need to slow down? No. Accumulation must happen. That is the only thing I've learned in the last couple of years. No, that's not true. I've learned a lot of things, but yeah. Why does it take so much time for things to change or accumulate? Take years for the child to get educated. Like, even with my self education, it will take months, if not years, to actually start earning some money. And that delay is kind of like really psychologically corrosive, right, guys? Like, really, really corrosive, I suppose. You move from physical part of the system to information and control parts. The impacts they're trying to correct. Yep, man. Bouncing feedback are ubiquitous in nature, evolves them within safe bounds. Its purpose is to keep the system stock cold temperature of the room fairly consistent near desired level. Any balancing feedback loop needs a goal. Alright, a thermostat setting, a monitor, and signal deviation from the goal. Okay. Deviation from the goal and the response mechanism to furnace has numerous balancing feedback loop it can bring into play. It can self-correct under different conditions and impacts. Different condition impacts. Some of those loops may be inactive much of the time. Cooling system, but their presence is critical for the long-term welfare of the system. The big mistakes we make is to strip away these emergency response mechanisms. When used and they appear to be costly, in the short term we see no effect from doing this, and drastically not the over which the system is. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, one of the most heartbreaking ways we can do this is when you're on time of personal rest, meditation. Balancing its ability to keep. For example, the balancing feedback systems that are all is the central piece of information signaling with product. And yep, distribute. Not necessary feedback loop to work. Yeah, so if you could have a government that could actually send people in front of a lake and have sensors that could actually, maybe a team that try to goes down in the water and try to find out how many fishes are left, and they come back up, and all these people, right? And what they do is like they, you know, tell the people who are just sitting up side. Okay, I'm getting a call, guys. Wait a sec. So wait, so yeah, I was saying like, yeah, and then you can have government teaching the people that, you know, that if you kind of like go out and try to hunt more, you'll get nothing more. No return from government services. The tax. Suppose any town put immediately downstream for its official who made the decision to invest in the fund got the waste clear power plant. Where to spend the war. Another example can bring you know how to find suppose. On the return form to go in surface. Downstream from its own water. Ah, makes avoid accountability for their actions. That's why there's so many missing. Why it's so often popular with the masses. And if you can get the power that to be. But its degrees of freedom, thou shall not kill. No, no. Two of them, 9 people on a team. Is 3 strikes and you're out. If you get caught robbing a bank, you go to jail. Change economic rules just okay. Constitutes are the strongest example of social rule. Physical laws such as the second laws of thermodynamics are absolute rules. Or not like them are not laws, punishment, incentives. Weaker rules. In the power of rules, unlike the student imagine. Suppose the student graded the teacher or each other. Suppose there were no degrees. Ah, that is the law. Suppose there were no degrees. Want to learn something. Yeah, and then but then again, both will like teacher would be like, oh, if you give me good grades, I'll give you like good grades too or something. I cannot see who created whom, right? Gave them what score? They can only know the mean score. When you want to learn something and leave when you've learned it. Let's suppose professor according to their ability to solve real world problems rather than to publish academic paper. Suppose a class got graded as a group instead of individuals. Instead of a school for writers, programmers, AI developers, or something, and like they can always come back. I mean, that idea in itself was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of the most asymmetric ideas I've ever heard about, or something. It's like, you know, you come to college and learn something, and then you leave and you've learned it. It's like that fundamentally changes how education functions. Yeah, man, I want to learn mathematics. If there was something like that, I would have gone to a college to learn mathematics. Oh my gosh, and especially physics, man. As we try to imagine register rules and what our behavior would be under them, we come to understand the power of rules. They're very well, the rules is real power. That's why there's the Congress and Congress write laws and why Supreme Court Constitution and rules for writing the rules have even more progress than Congress. Understand the deepest malfunction of systems. Pay attention to rules and as we try to imagine restructured rules and what our behavior would be. They are high leverage points. Power over the rules is real power. That's why love is going. Any feedback from any of the sector of society, most of its meaning are closed even to the press. The meeting with each other, we get environmental and social safeguard. The enormous accumulation of power and huge centralization planning system that will destroy themselves. Destroy themselves, who knows that? I mean, the more entropy that is created, the more people will try to actually power to add, change, or evolve system structures. Most stunning thing a living system or some social system can do is to change themselves by creating whole new structures in behavior and biological system by power called evolution. The social revolution in systems lingo, it's called self-organization. Aspect of system lowered on its list, adding completely new physical structures, right? New rules, transitions, continuing new behavior forms. Yeah, this is my own designing my own system, my own life, my own gym routine. All of them are behavior of self-organization. You organize yourself by constantly iterating on the path to a fail or something. Like rules you follow for your life, like yeah, there's government rules, but another on the top of that you follow your own rules, which is like, okay, do not do good, do not fight unnecessarily with people. It's a form of system resilience, a system that can evolve, survive almost any change by changing itself. Yep. In system about to develop new responses to some kind of insult that has never involved completely new thoughts. The power of self-organization seems so obvious that we tend to regard as mysteries. It is message coming from nowhere, costing nothing, increasing the productivity of an encounter by some steady percent. Here for centuries people have regarded the spectral variety of nature with the divine creator could bring forth such creation. Further investigation systems reveal that the divine creator, if there is one, does not have to produce evolutionary miracles. There are rules for self-organization. just has to. Organization, these rules basically govern how, where, and what the system subtract from itself under what conditions. Self-organization computer models have demonstrated complex and patterns can evolve from simple code set of rules. A genetic code within the DNA. Cell biological evolution contains just 4 different letters combined into words for that pattern, and the rules for supplying and rearranging it has been constant for something like 3 billion years. It's spewed out in a natural variety of failed and successful self-evolved self-organization fitting a matter a highly variable stock of information from which to select possible patterns. For selecting and testing new patterns from biological there already derived DNA. Spontaneous mutation and testing mechanism is changing an environment in which some individuals do not survive to reproduce. For technology, the raw material understanding science is accumulated and stored in libraries and the drains that present the source of a variety of human creativity, whether that is market can be whatever the market reward. This is foundations will fund or whatever meets the human needs. Aha, you nailed it on the head. This is exactly what we do. We take whatever we can, that information, build something out of the information, or selected by the market or the masses. And yeah, it doesn't persist infinitely. Hardly very few things persist for so long. Some factories are centuries old, and some just comes and dies out. That's just selection pressure. What persists, what does not persist, what gets infinitely. Sorry. My biologists worship biodiversity even more than technology. DNA, the widely varied stock of DNA, evolved accumulated billions of years. Billions is a source of evolutionary potential. University where scientists are trained are a source of technological potential. What extends the system crime just as eliminating all the copies of particular science central would be culture, of course, which are store of behavior repertories. Repertories. We can accumulate over not billions but hundreds of thousands of years. But social evolution can arise. Unfortunately, people appreciate the potential culture even less than they understand preciousness of every genetic variation in the world around. As one aspect of evolution is the belief in the utter superiority of that culture. Superiority. That's kind of true. Every culture thinks it's kind of the great or kind of the awesome, where none of that is kind of even worth a damn or something. I mean, a lot of time people think that whatever the tribe or whatever the thing they belong to kind of like matters, but let me be awesomely obvious. Very few things are marvelous. Oh, nothing is marvelous. Everything is pretty. I do not see the world. I never see the world of eyes with the eyes of beauty. I just see with the eyes of like pessimistic. Like yeah, my eyes are pessimistic. I see no beauty. I see no beauty that can be adored. No world that can be worshipped. No God that can be worshipped. No world that can be accepted as such as mine or something. All I see is just biological me bodies going around here and there doing literally nothing with their lives but just trying to survive. And naming that survival in sophisticated names from whatever their body and brains allows. I see so much insanity every day. So much of lies and deception and abandonment, so much of selfishness, and then you wake up and ask me, do I care about the world? Man, I don't even care about myself. And I'll say why? Because the body and the brain are different. Okay, not different, they're literally the same thing, but the predictive model of reality that drives a lot of action and the biological ones which the science incentives are kind of not in alignment or in sync. So how could you consciousness in itself is not the controller, right? People tend to think that they control themselves. No one control themselves. You at best you can just control the feedback loop that or incentives that shapes you. All right. Shutdowns learning and cuts back resilience. Any system now we are forming a new culture. It's like where parents don't hurt their child, treat them nicely or something. But then we have seen that in the past they were treated like trash, like the children. And we see how many problems that caused, and now you're seeing that people are like children are like god, treated like god, and being treated with respect and something, and now those children think and try to set unnecessary control over the parents over time, because their parents are giving them the access to the control because they think that's what make them the good parents, or that's what their standards are. And we have seen that doesn't lead to anything good or substantial, because child just exploits or ends up exploiting their children. I think there should be a boundary where parents don't hurt the child but support it, and allows it to become competent by actively making them go through some challenges or something. Like, yeah, something like that would be far much better than exploiting a relationship or something. Any system encrusted that it cannot self-evolve, a system that scorn experimentation wipes out the raw material of humanity. But by encouraging variability. Rules derive the straight transition. Self-organizing is just the ability to actually derive what rules must be persisted or something. I mean, yeah, she's really right about self-organization and rules. Rules is what determines what kind of straight transitions are even possible and why those straight transitions happens. We have information flow that causes different kind of straight transitions too, which allows yourself to self-organize if not, and alter the direction and trajectory in the system that could have led to long-term damages to the system itself, right? Reinforcing feedback loops, what does they do? They just reinforce damage or gain. I mean, they don't change much. Okay, so they change absolutely everything, but I mean, not everything is reinforcing, right? And then stabilizing loop, they constantly stabilize it in specific thing, like loop emerges. Okay, yeah, body. Stabilizing loop is sleep, reinforcing feedback loop is, of course, the energy consumption by my black hole brain and my body when it comes to, yeah, there's delays, of course. There's take some time for the energy to die down or something. It's not just instantaneous. There's a time for the APT molecule, whatever they call it, to produce energy for the food to get digested. There's toxin flow, what I eat and what flows through my body. That's flock and flow, right? So that kind of determines a lot of the systems. Parts there's buffer, right? How much I've already eaten and how much fat I've stored. So that kind of like also has some power, right? And then there's like parameters. Parameters are just hallucinations. They don't tell you anything. I mean, I can say I have two eyes, and having two eyes is better than having one. So yeah, parameters do give some information, if not, and some ability to keep track of system capacity and certain sort of things that are present in it, but doesn't really necessarily generate or all just to know the behavior. You can know about all about blood, like DNA. You can know, like, no, sorry, you can know all about like a blood glucose level. You can know all about like how many bones we have, but still you won't be able to tell why did I slap my sister or something. But yeah, from those parameters you can pretty much know that these bones make like the system strong or something. Even though you may not know the behavior that is arriving, you can pretty much keep track of systems certain capacities, I suppose, which, yeah, it's kind of good. And all of this option is what taken as biological system. But yeah, no system is level points of pure self more well in the control of one particular center planning system than power of at Disney. Then everything further down the list, physical stuff. Confirm that. That's why I can get that. Willing it what goal? If cooperation wielded for the purpose of generating profit products. So looks mechanism a very different form of evolutionary. Oh yeah, selection happening under conditions and what is rewarded for. You do not select for things that are good. You select for what is good selected. I mean, yeah, a human act as a, yeah, there's not much control here. I mean, she constantly try to assert control, but it's like at the end of the day, all the businesses that are producing something are not producing because they want to produce those things. They're just literally producing because that is what gets selected for. It's not like, yeah, this is, they're just constantly producing the stuff the market wants, the market needs, or something. They're not thinking. They just don't wake up the morning and say, okay, I want this to exist in the world. No, they don't. They just care about if the people keep on paying the money that keeps on making them rich, or something keeps their house going, because that's the only way the girlfriend or the wife or the family is going to care for them. So they have to generate some money, and for that they have to fulfill the demands and the needs of others, and because they are the one who has the money, and everyone goes through the same loop. That's why we have the system that produces or satisfy the demand of masses with the great ambition of earning a lot of money. Like yeah, single loop example I've shown not Bellin. I'm getting a shock of determinism and nihilism, I suppose, right now. It's kind of deterministic. No matter how hard you try, you still cannot change certain things. And there are certain things that are just inevitable at this point, guys. Anxiety, fear, emotion, pain, all that kind of stuff that arises from not getting the things you want. There's expectations, there's need, there's demands, there's so many different kind of stuff, man. Hmm. There's woman, there's desire to be liked by women that arrived because of evolution. There's need to survive, and for that there's money. The desperate struggle, the desperate fight for the money itself. There's so much stuff. There's so much desires, and all of that appearing not out of the body. There's meditation, which trying to keep those desires in balance. And hmm, hmm. As my little single loop example I've shown, most balancing feedback loop within system has their own goal. Mm-hmm. Like sufficient level to keep enough. Those goals are important leverage point for species system, and most people realize that if you know the method says often recognized well, serving to make profit most comfortable to say, but unnecessary condition to stay in the game. Increase market share to bring the wealth more under the control of corporations, so that the operations becomes shielded from uncertainty. Recognize the corporate goal to engulf everything. It's the goal of a candidate. Actually, it's a very feedback loop that never let an upside power loop driven. The market competitive has to trump the goal. But I think the replication, I think the misleading idea is that, for example, they say that like the people, why the reason people write books or something is because like they want to replicate their genes or mimetic or symbolic. It doesn't really matter, right? Or something like that. I mean, like yeah, and I think the another reason is not because of that. I think another reason is just they want people to know what they think, and this is like their form of signaling the tribe or something. I can write a book too, but don't really have the time, and I don't think so. That's the most leveraged position that can be in or something. But yeah, that can definitely increase a lot of thinking if I ever decide to write a book in, let's say, next 10 years or something. But I'd rather consume a lot of stuff and think about a lot of stuff rather than write a book and talk about a lot of stuff because it's time problem. Because when you write, you can't read, and writing is just reinforcing whatever you have learned. It's better to not reinforcing unnecessarily, right? If especially if those things are wrong, and if just about a year later you'll realize all of that you've written is wrong. Because what happens to people reading catastrophically stuff that changes the psychology a lot faster is because like a lot of different stuff, right? I mean, getting the player in a system is a low level event as long as the player fit into the system. The rule is at the top. A single player can have power to change the system goal. It's only very occasionally a new layer ago. A new will enter hundreds of thousands of million for perfectly into. That's what he did. He watched it happen not long ago before he came to ask not what government can do for you, ask what you can do for. And no one even laughed. Reagan said over and over, the goal is not to keep the people. Government offer backs. When can I give? And I would that the rise of corporate power over government let him get away with that. With which the public discourse and new system goals. Instead of which the system its goal. Objective of the famous system saying goes, it doesn't matter how the tax law of a country is shared. Minds of society, what a fair distribution of tax load is. Sets by fair means or foul by complication, cheating. Actual tax payment will push right up against the accepted idea of fairness. Great big uncertain assumption. Or the deepest set of belief about how the world works. These beliefs are unstated because necessary that everyone already knows that money measures something real and has real meaning there for people. What less growth is good, nature is a stock of resources to be evolution started with emergence of Homo sapiens. One can own land. Sapien. Those are just a few frying assumptions for current culture, all of which are truly dumbfounded. Sources of system for them. System goals and information flows, feedback, stock flows, everything else. Better than drop all the immersion. Paradigms. Paradigms. I don't know how to even pronounce that. Like, what is it? Paradigms or don't know. Paradigm, right? Paradigm case or typical example of pattern of something. Every nation and every man instantly surround themselves with a material exactly correspond to their state of thought. Observe how every truth and every error, each a thought of some man's mind. Societies, houses, cities, language, ceremonies, newspaper. Observe the idea of the present day. Brick, lime, and stone has fallen in convenient shape, obedient to the master ideal regimen in the minds of many persons. Of course, that the least Princess was exactly correspond to their state of thought. Observe how every truth, every error. The present day, see how timber, brick, and stone have fallen into convenient shape. obedient to the master idea residing in the minds of many persons. It follows, of course, the least enlargement of ideas which cause the most range. I already know that, but yeah, the ancient Egypt built program. That's just not a like yeah, but the thing is the very fact it's get hammered again and again into my head. Built pyramids because they believed in the afterlife. Yeah, it's ideas. It's what society believes in. The evil skyscraper because the space in the downside cities in marketing value. I think marketing matters a lot too. It's like what you're making believe. I think this gives another good idea about my project that I'm doing. It's like how can you make the customer believe that they need something? You need comfort, and this is for you. This is Copernicus or Kepler are showing that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Are interchangeable. The selfish actions of individual players in markets wonderfully accumulate the. You could say it's about a system. For this item should be lowest on the list in the automata. Right? It's 21st century. It's still not automized. I mean, I do want to create a company called Autonomous or something, or Automata or something, which pretty much means automation. That means automating a lot of stuff by itself, right? So you don't have to think about them or something because they are automated away by AI or something. But yeah, I'm not a part of AI industry or something or anything sort of. But I do wanna build something that kind of like yeah, it does automate a lot of stuff for humans, like a company that in general automates stuff for human. And I think that's gonna be the biggest market in the future, though I'm not 100% sure. But you get the gist, right? So yeah, though I don't know much about it, right, guys? Oh, what? Oh, this had disability too, huh? Which is kind of good. But you get the gist, babe. Uh-huh, but there's nothing special or expensive or even slow in the progress of paradigm change. Oh man, when it's gonna end? Living in the world of system? Get the best of the system? You have seen how information holds system together, no delay. System concepts. Just what is fault survival. Defy the discipline, expand. Goal of the goodness. Honestly, we are skipping the last chapter. At the start, the book was so marvelous, but when Donella gets with her jargon, I just can't. I mean, like honor, respect, and distribute information. Like, I don't know how can you like the transfer of information can be connected with honor and respect. Now she's going on with her jargon. If they get a beat of this, I think yeah, that makes sense. But no, that's just your explanation of how things functions. People do not want betterment. No one wakes up the next morning to think, "Oh, I want something about my girlfriend to change." They want their loans to be removed. They want peace. They want another tasty meal. They don't feel like they feel they have no power to demand or bring about improvement. Yeah, a lot of time they don't even know how to bring improvement, and they want improvement. That's why they pay for it if someone comes into the picture and gives them improvement. I mean, yeah, people do want improvement. It's not like they feel powerless. Very few people in their lives ever feel powerless. Trust me on that. I felt a lot of time, and I know masses don't feel that way. Just be oriented around the value. The system would produce the results that No, it's not as simple. You see, in complex systems, human desire would never stop. The desire for more comfort, the more automation can never stop. You're saying you're trying to fix a system that cannot be fixed. You're trying to find out, okay, if only we can change system. She's going on and on about her. Oh, we can do this. That they don't get it right. They don't get it wrong. There's so much thing. How can they do this? How can the only reason you realize the very system that actually causes to all of this to become the way it is not because like anyone want this, but like you said, it's the feedback loop themselves determining. If you have a civilization that is starting from scratch, once upon a time, about 1,000 years ago, they were fucking stupid, and now they're fucking smart because they've accumulated so much information. But at the same time, the brain does not have the capacity to store that information. That the only way to make the masses smart enough to even understand the complex system thinking is to make them stop thinking about whatever things they care about, which are important to their survival, and start improving their memory so they can become smarter and hold more information and get it faster. So now, like, yeah, that would make change entirety of it, and we get that feedback loop to maintain everything. But she goes on and on about improving society, improve world, improve this, improve tragedy of the commerce, and all in all. You may not realize it, but the entire book is biased. It's extremely biased toward kindness, toward empathy, toward stuff like that, and I don't give a fucking shit about it. The book is good though, really good. I don't know why I got angry so over her, because I think that's like a really naive idea to hope for a great world. But yeah, you can make good decisions and make sure you are not unnecessarily creating harm, I suppose. But trying to change the world, try to find out faults in it. Like she thinks she's that one person who's going to teach us, like, about how to see the systems. Like, even in her interview, she has like, oh, look at how beautiful the systems are. No, this is deterministic state transitions that are happening across the system, which make sure the output feeds back into inputs. There's no beauty, there's no transcendence, just physical laws created by physics or not created by physics, found by physicists, that causes all this. All right. And then they'll have another system, which is evolution. It's not marvelous. Evolution is not, it's just a process. Like, would you call evaporation marvelous? No, it's a process. Humans are not some great God sent species. It's just one of the species, and the species that happen to have one of the biggest brains that reduce uncertainty way more efficiently than any species ever did. There's no beauty, there's no sadness, there's no bad, there's no great, there's no high, there's no low. That's very idea is like, in duality of humans, right? There's just like some transitions that hurt you in the moment, and there's just some transitions that are better for the most of the people in the long run, which efficiently allows us to survive. And if you are really getting into philosophy, then tell us, why should you even try to survive? Because you are a product of evolution, like she said, right? And I don't believe she believes in God, but I think she do believe in the concept of goodness and fairness and stuff like that. Why would there ever be fairness in a system where you yourself admit fairness is kind of impossible because of how system is designed? And she thinks that everything will be solved if the systems are designed correctly. That's one of the biggest biggest things that she had under the hood, right? I'm not saying she's dumb. I'm not saying she got it wrong. But what I'm saying, because she is kind of smart, the inside the things that she told me, I'm literally reading her book. But one of the things she never gets is like, she thinks system problems can be solved if you just had a better system design. Sometimes you just don't have resources. Sometimes you just don't have stock. Sometimes you're just too early. Sometimes you're just too late. Sometimes it's not as simple as, okay, fix the system design and everything will be fixed. Fuck no. You cannot stop being human. You can know on paper that you don't want other people, or some people are bad for you, but then you can feel loneliness and you never decide to feel lonely, right? Because evolutionary, if you do not have a tribe, the chance of you dying explodes. And because of that system, you think loneliness is bad, or your body actually sends signals of pain that loneliness is bad or something. So you try to go back to society, and now you say, if I create a better design, no, you can't fundamentally change the design of a biology that took millions of years. It's so intricate, it's so complex. You just can't go there and change. Yeah, you can definitely create conditions where a better system may appear, but for most of the time, you just can't change much. You just don't have much control. Like, if you are building something, you have an insane amount of control. If you're trying to find a position in the market, you have insane amount of control, and you can do a lot with information. But in certain conditions, no matter how much information you have about biology, there's sometimes certain things just can't be done or can't be fixed and can be solved. The more the society gets like, there's something called entropy. Disorder always rises. There's no way to actually, like, remove disorder out of societies, right? Like, yeah, there's an entire theory about that. I think, like, yeah, she lives in this naive idea that if only people were smart enough to see systems thinking, and then they would able to solve and fix all the system. Fuck no, they'll never be able to do so. Because there's no optimal strategy. There's no way to fix everything, because nothing is meant to be fixed. What is fixed, huh? Society functioning well, poor not getting poor? As if all of those problems can be solved. The very thing is that humans try to reduce the the catastrophic damage is done by those things, but those problems cannot be solved. A lot of problems cannot be solved. It's like asking the speed of light to be faster. No, humans create entropy faster than they can solve it. That's the pretty much law of dissipative structure across the universe, especially ones that resist entropy, like us. We are an entropic structure, right? So the chances of you maintaining structure is just like it's insanely hard, right? We would always create entropy faster than we can solve it, and that's the point. That's where the progress even comes from. One day we'll create AI we may not even understand, right? One day we'll create processes that will have their own goal and decisions, and they may end up doing something, right? And now you'll say, okay, you're the one who decides the goal, but intelligence is much more like reducing uncertainty, and whatever the AI deem like reducing uncertainty about its variable factors. But then again, yeah, you need to have some some what they call essential variables that the AI must care about, right? So stuff like that too is important. But yeah. Transcending paradigms. I think I'm just gonna push it through and complete today's, and we are not gonna get the ending chapter because I think the more we got deeper into the book, the more she actually starts showing her real thinking. There is this challenging to the pyramid. But why are you trying so hard to change paradigms when you can just focus and earn more money? Don't see any point. Aha. As if doing that wouldn't give me food on my table. As if being human comparison. Now this amazing universe, the very essence, like the very idea that there's no paradigm is true, and then you can, and there's like nothing to true like in itself is negating, right? Because you do realize Medola that like Donella that if no paradigm is true, the very idea that no paradigm is true self negate itself, huh? Okay, I'm getting angry at him for no reason, I guess, but yeah, it is to get and to see that itself is a paradigm. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and to regard that whole realization as this to let go of not knowing into the Buddhist skull. People who cling to paradigms, which means just about all of us. I wonder what this one has to say about that, huh? I was reading Thinking in Systems, and as we've met more by the end of the book, I think that like Donella starts to bullshit, like not bullshit specifically bullshit. I think the book was pretty much packed with a lot of great insights. I'm not gonna lie about that, but like Donella like start talking about fairness and justice and all that kind. And even if you don't want it, you can see the subtle ways how she kind of like redirects the thinking into betterment of the society of the world and how we can achieve those kind of betterments about the world and the systems, right? I mean, you can definitely see that, I suppose, but I do definitely resist those ideas, right? Like, and I guess especially the last chapter, living in a world of systems, right? I mean, she created her entirely new philosophy where she started talking about like I haven't read that part, and I don't even want to read the part. I mean, I just wanna like I would be more influenced by like the couple of thinkings that has no systematic leverage in the long term by herself, like like yeah. I think like she do care about a lot of system, like the world stability, the poor people, and stuff like that. I think that kind of unsettles her a lot. There's no power, no. Well, she isn't stupid, truly, right? There's no certainty. Now you can listen to this universe. This is the one of the biggest bullshit she'd ever done or said. Humility of not knowing. Why is it okay? You just don't have to say dancing with the systems. Could you fucking. Okay, Donata, thank you for all the things you've taught me, but fucking bitch. That's the conclusion that she came, huh? Beautiful, crazy universe, delightful universe. So much. Okay, the thing is, I'm not angry at her. I'm angry at the optimism, or like if a pessimist like me, a nihilist, a pragmatist, like me, yeah, like maybe even if like I would have like some sort of a utilitarian. What is it again? Utilitarianism. Like it's hard to pronounce it, but that kind of a worldview, utilitarianism or utilitarianism or something like that. It's hard for me to pronounce that, but you get the gist. So like someone like me, like having such an optimistic perspective, it's just like I would have far more mechanistic perspective, I would say, about life. But yeah. I guess like yeah, we completed the book, right? Not necessarily, and not every book is designed to be completed, guys, but oh my gosh, this is our first book completed, I guess. Book studied, oh my gosh, one finally. There's like yeah, and system domain. Like now we are gonna change from, not from system domain, we are gonna shift to our next book, actually, guys. You can look at here, and that book would be where is it actually? Active inference. Like yeah, we've got thinking in systems, like just different models. Like yeah, let's just put thinking system here. We're gonna go with surfing uncertainty by clock or something. Let me just cut off that. Like yeah, let me just yeah. Okay, it's not loading. Why? No file. Okay, yeah, that's just decoding digits. I mean, this is another bad boy. Like, yeah, this one's gonna be like 500 hidden units, 500 units, like pixel. Right, it's like on prediction and stuff like that, like predictive processing. Oh my gosh, like this is like another, like yeah, signaling the nodes. But this is like a too much, like yeah, too much like informative stuff. And like yeah, let me tell you, this is kind of like really one of the most hardest books ever. Right, not one of the most hardest, but yeah, I would say like suppression and the selective enchantment. Like yeah, oh yeah, where to focus at? Like yeah, and selective enchantment to successfully reprint the wall in the perspective. These models are correct. Depend, like it is complex with encoding, inference, and Bayesian brain. Like yeah, oh my gosh, getting the gist. This is like a prediction processing in the brain. All right, I mean, is silence golden? Like yeah, I don't know what that means, but like yeah, so it's one of the like essential books that will get us started. Like yeah, what is adjusting the volume, noise, signal, attention, ring being like yeah, so like this is one of those books that have one of the most possible leverage out there is, I suppose, even more than cybernetics, I suppose, because it gives a really much idea about how everything kind of like functions and stuff like that. So yeah, we're gonna get along with the starting, actually. Like yeah, I mean, I do want to revisit some of the part, and I do want to create notes onto this. Like yeah, so we have prediction machines. Yeah, I think like the very funny idea that this book is like the meat that predicts, right, or something, like, which is like this book is like, that's why at the introduction the very first line is like the okay, it's before introduction, maybe acknowledgments or a story they start with. Yeah, preface, meat that predicts. I still remember it. I made up meat. All right, so yeah, this is gonna give like, we have also prediction engines, which is like yeah, now prediction machine. Our brain is one of them. AI is now appearing to be another one of those machines. So yeah, so we're gonna go with the concept, which is like prediction machine. So it's just like a prediction. The domain is prediction or predictive processing, actually, not prediction. Predictive processing. processing. Yeah, predictive processing, right. Prediction machine. Prediction machines. Which is our brains. Okay, so yeah, this is what we're gonna do in the next video. This is what we're gonna get started with, guys. So I'll I'll meet you tomorrow, right? It's the gym time right now. I need to go get ready for the gym. So yeah, bye bye. And we had, okay, before I leave, I think I should stop the time. So we had like this much amount of studying today. We had this much amount of studying, but then again, like 10-20 minutes won't count it. So that's like 2 hours of 10 minutes. This is like the studying related to the books that I care about, and some site studying, like, 1 or 2 hours of some different stuff. That, and I'm gonna study at night too, and most probably think more about my startup or something at night. So yeah, so it's like, yeah, I am hitting 3 to 4 hours of deep studying, as for some shallow work which is like 2 or 3 hours or something. Like, yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's not bad actually. We are kind of getting really good. Yeah, so bye guys, by the way. Like, yeah, let's meet, like, yeah, let's meet tomorrow with what we call, like, yeah, with my startup.